And it's live. So, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the noon session of the second day of this third season of presentations. Today, we have the following students and their topics on post independence Indian English literature. First, we will have Ms. SHRUTI SONANI. She will be presenting on decolonizing reality, magical realism, and as postcolonial discourse in Salman Rushdie's Midnight's Children. Then we will have Mr. RAJDEEP BAVALIYA, who would be presenting on mirrors and masks, identity and hybridity in Midnight's Children, and the Satanic verses. Miss MITA JAMBUCHA would follow with her presentation on Rushdie and the politics of language, English as post-colonial medium. Miss NIRALI VAGHELA would be presenting on magic realism and Midnight's Children. Miss SRUSHTI Chaudhary would be presenting on Chutnification, the post-colonial blend in Midnight's Children. Mr. Sagar BOKADIYA would be presenting on gender dynamics in Midnight's Children. Miss Mansi Joshi would be presenting on Narrating the Nation, a new identity, history, and magical realism in Rushdie's Midnight's Children. Miss Smruti Varder would be presenting on 30 jars, 30 chapters, the pickle metaphor in Rushdie's Midnight's Children. Miss NISHTHA Desai would be presenting on talent versus birth, caste-based educational marginalization from Eklavya to modern India. Miss SHATAKSHI SARVAIYA would be presenting on left-handed defiance, caste, power, and protest in Eklavya. Ms. Tanvi Mehra would be presenting on communalism, memory, and trauma in Mahesh Dattani's Final Solution, Indian English Drama as Political Discourse. Ms. Rosmin Pathan would be presenting on paradigm shift in the reading of Kamala Das's poetry. Ms. Devangini Vyas would be presenting on exile and identity in Rachna Joshi's Living India. Ms. Krishna Baraya would be presenting on idealism in Radhakrishnan, a philosophical framework for human life. And finally, we will have Ms. Nikita Vara, who would be presenting on Nirad Chaudhary, elitist, outsider, or honest cultural critic. So now the stage is open for Ms. SHRUTI SONANI.
Hello everyone. So today I'm going to deal with decolonizing reality, magic realism as a post-colonial discourse in Salman Rushdie's Midnight's Children. So these are my personal information, table of contents, and my research question that how does Rushdie's use of magic realism in Midnight's Children function as a decolonizing strategy that challenges Western literary authority and redefine historical narrative. And second is that in what ways do the novel's magical elements like midnight birth, telepathy, laws of powers reconfigure revolutionary identity and memory, showing both the miraculous and creation of the nation and its political betrayal. And third one is that how do heteroglossia, blasphemous religious syncretism, and carnivalic narrative voice operate as a political resistance to state religious and monologism. And my hypothesis is that in Midnight's Children, Salman Rushdie deploys magic realism as a decolonizing narrative strategy that fuses the miraculous and the everyday to unsettle Western rationalist literary authority and reconstruct nationalhood and revolutionary identity, like the miraculous birth of the nation and its subsequent betrayal, and preserve suppressed post-colonial memories through heteroglossia and syncretic blasphemous voice, and expose how revolutionary in energy can classify into authoritarianism, like a partition, borders, the emergency, and the laws of magical powers. So we have introduction. So in that, in post-colonial literature, that magic realism serve as a narrative strategy to reclaim storytelling from colonial rationalism. And here Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children epitomize this decolonizing art, where Salim Sinai, born at the exact moment of India's independence and become a metaphor for the nation itself, his magical powers mirroring both the miracle and the failure of post-colonial revolution. And as a critic like Slemon and De La Kempa in Vogel's article, that not magic realism resist Western literary authority, and also expressing a distinct, like a third world consciousness, and that captures the clash between the ancient and the modern, and drawing on Bakhtin's heteroglossia, that Rushdie's novel create a space of multiple conflicting voice, historical, religious, and political, transforming the act of narration into revolutionary discourse about a nationalhood and decolonization. Then we have introduction to magic realism in post-colonial literature. That what is magic realism? So magic realism is a literary technique that blends the magical and the real within a single narrative framework. Like extraordinary is treated in ordinary. So here we can see that literary mode blends blending fantastical elements with realistic narrative and without falling into pure fantasy. And here Berman quoted in Anderson's article that the rational telling of extreme events forces a radical reconsideration of commonly held assumption. That here we can see that narrating unreal event with rational precision forces reader to reconsider their assumption about about what is possible. And here we can see that key characteristics. So here we see the two inconceivable words coexist. That first is a recognizable and the second is unfamiliar. And next is a supernatural treated as a normal everyday life, like a supernatural incident. It treated like a normally. And here we can see that magical events is there is no any logic or scientific pattern. Then we have why magic realism in post-colonial writing. So first is magic realism as a resistance. So here we can see that for post-colonial writers, magic realism become a powerful mode of resistance, and it refuses to follow the rules of Western realism and instead allows marginalized societies to narrate these own truths. Sorry. And then here we can see that resistance to monumental theories of literary practice and Western literary canon dominance. It's quoted by Salman in Vogel. Sorry. Expresses genuinely third world consciousness, as I earlier mentioned that, and dealing with societies where the impossibility old struggle against the appallingly new. And here we can see the three functions. Like here we can see the transformation realism, expanding local or regional into universal human experience. And second one is foreshortening of time to examine colonialism and its after effects simultaneously. And foregrounding gaps created by colonial instruction. That magic realism is both an artistic and political strategy of reclaiming history. Why magic realism matter for revolution? So here we can see the link between magic realism and revolution. Revolution in post-colonial societies often resembles an act of creation, something being born out of nothing. So here we can see the theoretical framework that revolution creates something where nothing existed, and conjuring into existent a national identity and borders and government. So here Fogel argues that a revolution conjures into existent new borders, governments and national identities. It is itself a kind of miracle. And magic realism is uniquely suited to represent this miraculous transformation, and where ordinary people participate in extraordinary act of a nation building. And in practices we can see that supernatural birth at independence. So here we can see the Shiva and Salim's birth, miracle birth, and at that time we find the independence. So it's a national magical creation also. Loss of powers during emergency and revolution betrayal. Here we can see the Adam's non-magical birth and normalization and new challenges that he faced new challenges while this time. In Rushdie's contribution, we can find that shows revolution are not always pretty, despite being miraculous. Demonstrate how revolutionary energy can become authoritarian. So, then we can see that Rushdie dramatize how revolutionary ideas can either empower a nation or turn destructive depending on how they are used. Magic realism and revolutionary violence. In this, we can see that the miraculous birth of nation. We can find that birth of Shiv and this Salim. That time, independence itself is a magical. In this Fogel article, we can find that if you are to construct a book which expresses that reality, you have to write in such a way that permits the miraculous and the every to coexist. And we can find the second point is that revolution is a magical. So by forging independence and freedom, the revolutionaries perform a miracle. And we can find that Midnight's Children is a energy created by founding new nation, and their powers can be used for better or worse depending on intent. Now we have magical elements as a political antagonism. That here we can find the character Shiva, the he called as an anti-Salim also. That Shiva is represented selfish and violent and inconsiderate part of India. So and also Salim is very good guys. Here we can find that, and Salim loses telepathy when leaving India for Pakistan. So here we can see the Shiva as a anti-Salim. So in this, we can find that Rushdie uses magical character and events to symbolize the political conflict. And the most striking example is Shiva. We can see here that Salim's twin birth at the same moment of independence, and while Salim gift is telepathy, communication and connection, Shiva's power lies in his knees and instrumental of violence. And here we can see loss of powers. So Salim loses telepathy when leaving India for Pakistan. And here we can find that officially disconnected from his magical reality because of the artificiality of international borders. So next we have blasphemy and heteroglossia. So here that Salman Rushdie's Midnight's Children is very connected with this Bakhtin's concept, this heteroglossia. Here we can find that Bakhtin's influence, that heteroglossia, multiple conflict voices versus political monologism, and paradox and aimed sharply and polemically at the official language of its given time. Here we can see that magic realism is a carnivalesque resistance to authority. Here we can find that Rushdi's writing embodies this idea of heteroglossia through its irreverent and blasphemous mixing of religious and culture. In the Satanic verses, also we can find that, for instance, the Muslim character Gibril plays a Hindu god like Ganesha and play a role Ganesha and creating a shamelessly mixed fusion of faith. So that is also a main point about the Satanic verses. Then we have the fatwa, that 1989 death sentence for Satanic verses by Ayatollah Khomeini, and Rushdi's charges could not be denied. His intervention could not be ignored, but it deserves of his celebrity status. Last we have conclusion that Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children redefined the function of magic realism from a stylistic technique into a political weapon of decolonization. And his use of heteroglossia, parody, and blasphemy subverts a monologic authority, transforming the act of storytelling into revolutionary gesture. As a critic like Fogel and Ans note that such a writing preserves a human experience of history and keeps alive the plurality of postcolonial memory, and Midnight Children thus becomes a both national allegory and metafictional manifesto, and reminding reader that the work of decolonization in art, politics, and identity is ongoing. So these are my references, and thank you. If any question, please ask.
So, Shruti, my question for you: how does literature become a revolutionary act in Rushdie's vision?
Through narrative, that Rushdie reclaim history and challenges that authority, and create a space for the marginalized voice. So, and also he proving that the storytelling itself is an act of decolonization. So that's how literature become a revolutionary act in Rushdie's vision. So.
So my question is, why does Rushdie use magic realism instead of pure realism?
As per my point of view, that Rushdie believes that realism, sorry, that realism is not strangeness of independence and movement, both that miraculous and violent. So here we can see that magic realism expresses the paradox paradox by letting that miraculous and also ordinary coexist naturally. So that's why Rushdie used magical realism rather than this pure realism. So thank you. This is from my side.
Okay. So, good evening, everybody. This is RAJDEEP BAVALIYA, and today I am going to present on the topic mirrors and masks, identity and hybridity in Midnight Children and the Satanic verses. Here are my academic details and presentation details. Table of contents. Introduction. Mirrors and masks in Rushdie's fiction. So mirrors and masks and identity and hybridity. These two intertwined metaphors that shape personal and national selves. So mirror images and variable mask operate as metaphors for reflection, disguise, and transformation. And these images let us read characters as both representatives and performers of layered national and diasporic identities. Then nation as a mirror and migrant as mask. So narratives that make the personal political. So Salim's life mirrors India's history, while Chamcha and Gibril wear masks to survive migration. And hybridity, mimicry, grotesque bodies, and chutnified language as central techniques. So expect close readings of form and voice, that magic realism, linguistic mixing, and body metamorphosis to reveal how hybridity both empowers and alienates characters. Then a core question: how do mirror and mask metaphors negotiate authenticity, memory, and belonging? So this interrogates whether identity is reconstructed through memory, performance, or imposed description, and how Rushdie stages this negotiation in each novel. So this is my research question, that how do mirror and mask metaphors in Midnight Children and the Satanic verses, along with Rushdie's narrative techniques, construct, contest, and complicate hybrid post-colonial identities, with the hypothesis that Salman Rushdie's use of mirror and mask metaphors, together with magical realism and linguistic chutnification, stages hybridity as a generative mode that simultaneously labels creative belonging and produces fragmentation and alienation. So here are my literature review slides. Now, theoretical framework, hybridity, mimicry, and the third space. So as Bhabha's concepts highlight that hybridity, mimicry, and the third space to read cultural negotiation. So Bhabha's ideas let us see identity as produced within liminal spaces rather than fixed categories. And mimicry is ambivalent. It can be a subversive mockery or a trap of partial assimilation. So mimicry both undermines the colonizer by parody and leaves the mimicker unmoved, neither fully other or nor fully the same one. And the grotesque and carnivalesque bodies reveal social multiplicity rather than idealized purity. And narrative as performance, memoir, allegory, and polyphony enact hybrid identity formation. So Rushdie's narrators performs selves through storytelling and narrative techniques, and like polyphony and magic realism. And these are themselves hybrid acts that reshape history and memory. Then mirrors Salim Sinai as a national reflection in Midnight Children. So as this line begins, that I was born on the stroke of midnight. So Salim's birth allegorizes India's birth and makes him a living mirror of the nation. So Salim's life is narrated as a national history. His body and fortunes register political ruptures and social changes. And Nehru's line, it will be in a sense the mirror of our own. So Salim's story entwined with the state's narrative. So this prime minister's symbolic watchfulness highlights how individual subjectivity becomes entangled with official national history and expectations. Then memory's truth. Memory selects, eliminates, alters, and thereby creates reality. And Salim as a many-headed monster. Multiplicity resists singular national identity. So the Midnight Children's collective telepathy and diversity becomes a metaphor for India's plural identity and the impossibility of a single coherent national self. Then mask and mimicry in Midnight Children, performance and parody. So hybridity with mimicry, subversive mockery. Salim's identity performs colonial echoes, and Salim himself, the Muslim with the Hindu elephant trunk, grotesque mixing mocks purity and maps plural India. So this physical grotesque satirizes rigid religious or ethnic exclusivity, and foregrounds India's mixed culture as inheritance as and unavoidable and generative. And then Midnight Children's Conference fails through internal bike rings, multiplicity's fragility, and pickling chutneys, linguistic and cultural blending resist imperial historiography. Rushdie's chutnification of English asserts cultural agency, converting colonial language into mixed instrument for rewriting history and identity. And hybridity and language, chutnifying English and narrative voice. So Rushdie's chutnification mixes idioms, rhythms, and myth into English prose to assert cultural agency. And polyphony and intertextuality produce a mosaic rather than a single authoritative voice. So multiple voices and textual references collapse linear historiography, and invite readers to read identity as a constructed from diverse and cultural fragments. Then memory as a selective narratives. It is wrongness feels right. Narrative fallibility foregrounds subjectivity. So Rushdie's narrators confess their unreliability, which both undermines and enriches the historical claims of the text. Then chutnified English become political resistance through playful linguistic hybridity. Then masks of migration, Saldin Chamcha and the diasporic performance in the Satanic verses. So they describe us, that's all. They have the power of description, and we come to the pictures they construct. So this line imposed identities by the host culture. So Chamcha's identity is partly constructed by British discourses, making his performance of Englishness both as a strategic and uh, precarious. Then Chamcha's pale-face marks and clown marks reveal the labor of assimilation and the cost of self-erasure. So the mask Chamcha crafts help him fit in superficially, but produce inner fracture and eventual physical metamorphosis. And Chamcha's creature of selected discontinuities as a willing reinvention. So reinvention can be false and yet survival driven. And then arrest and insult at borders, racialized perceptions undo Chamcha's performed Englishness. So institutional racism exposes the fragility of Chamcha's mask. No matter his performance or external structures can reassign him the status of outsider. Then hybridity and religious identity in the Satanic verses. So Gabriel's angelic visions and Saldin's demonic metamorphosis fuse myth, religion, and modern diasporic experience. So these transformations symbolize inner conflicts between inherited faiths and adopted secularities. And how does newness come into the world? Of what fusions, translations, conjoining is it the made? So hybridity as origin of innovation. So this quote helps to claim that cultural synthesis is not contamination, but a creative process that births new identities and meanings. And religious hybridity destabilizes essentialist claims and opens space for plural interpretations. And Gabriel asserts that my heart's Indian for all that. Outward cosmopolitanism coexists with rooted belonging. So Gabriel's this line captures how hybrid subjects can wear global forms while retaining effective ties to origin. Then narrative devices, magical realism, metamorphosis, and polyphony. So magical realism externalizes psychological and social factors through visible metamorphosis. And intertextuality and dream sequences blur history, myth, and contemporary politics into hybrid narrative worlds. So this mythic and dream visions complicate a realist chronology and allow contested histories to appear in multiple cases. Then polyphony, multiple perspectives refuse a single truth and enable contested national narratives. And grotesque body imagery politicizes private suffering and satirizes purity-based ideologies. So grotesque forms critique and political attempts to enforce purity, exposing such projects as violent and absurd rather than satisfying. Then comparative analysis, mirrors versus marks, nation versus diaspora. So Midnight Children uses the mirror to stage national allegory. The Satanic verse uses mass to dramatize diasporic performance. And mirror implies reflection and entanglement with state history. And mask implies tactical concealment and social maneuvering. So this distinction helps explain differing emotional registers. And Salim's melancholic recollection versus Chamsa's defensive reinvention. Then both texts valorize hybridity yet show its courts creativity alongside fragmentation and alienation. Then we agree that hybridity resists essentialism, but critique arises over whether mimicry can ever be emancipatory. So then critical interventions, agreeing and disagreeing with scholars. So we can agree with Arnold's that grotesque hybridity valorizes pluralism, disagree that mimicry always subverts power. So grotesque forms celebrate plurality, but they also contest any blanket claim that mimicry inevitability destabilizes colonial power. Then support Bounso's mirror reading of Salim, while stressing memory's constructedness rather than transparent reflection. So Salim mirrors India, but it emphasizes that mirror is warped, swept by selective memory and narrative. Then endorse De Cruzo and NMA Hussain on religious hybridity, but ask for closer attention to gendered consequences of metamorphosis. And take Sharp's warning about mirror cutting you to shreds. Hybridity can be painful as well as generative. So while hybridity entails psychological risk, the split image may liberate but also wound. Conclusion, mirrors, mask, and the ethics of hybridity. So Rushdie twin metaphors insists hybridity is both mirror and mask, reflective, performative, creative, and risky. So Rushdie neither romanticizes nor dismisses hybridity. He renders it as ambivalent and territorian that demands ethical and political attention. Then both novels urge plural historiographies and flexible selves against purity, essentialism, and singular narratives. Then a practical takeaway, which read narratives for how they perform identity, not only for what they claim to represent. So prioritize attention to form or voice and performance when analyzing post-colonial identity in literature. And final quote to remember from Midnight Children, that the curse of Midnight Children is to be both masters and victims of their times. This identity is power and burden. So this closing line captures the central paradox. So here are the learning outcomes. That I now see identity as a performative, provisional, not fixed, and mirrors and masks are tools rather than endpoints. And now I appreciate hybridity as a creative synthesis, yet I recognize its emotional cost and political complexity. And I value linguistic play as a resistance. Chutnification turns imperial language into a site of cultural assertion. So studying Rushdie taught me how language can be reclaimed and remade to tell new histories and center marginalized rhythms and idioms. And I commit to reading identity with attention to power, who describes whom and to what ends. Here are my references. Okay, thank you everyone. Any question?
So my question is, what role does class and economic precarity play in shaping characters' identity performances?
So money and their social position shape what marks they wear and why they wear them. And economic precarity forces some characters to adopt their selves as as themselves to get work or safety or to get respect, while a privileged one lets others to experiment without any without risking themselves. So poverty and insecurity also make that identity and fragile, exposing people to state control. That is my answer.
So, Radhip, my question is for you that what are the translation challenges of Rushdie's Chutnified English into other languages, and how do translators render culture word play?
So Rushdie mixes Indian idioms, jokes, or cultural specific words, which are very hard to translate in another language. But translators often either keep the original words or add like meaning of that in another language, or replace them with local local words which are relevant to them, or they also invent new phrases to uh, make the similar kind of style. So each of these choices changes the tone and meaning. So many oftentimes the main meaning may alter, but they create new meanings from translating to another language. Okay, thank you everyone.
So then the challenge now for translation studies or translation is that you have to invite people to interpret things in them. You have to keep them as it is. Things which you cannot translate, you start delivering translation. There's no need to translate certain things. Now when you read Rushdie, you don't need to you don't require to translate all those things. You need to have some sort of assumption by reading what is written. Another thing is in our time now translation is very independent. You don't need to go for dictionaries. Then now the issue is that you need cultural markers which are not possible to translate, or in that case if you have a simplified text in English or Mandarin, you keep it as it is. And people who wish to read deeper will read deeper regardless of whether you provide. So that is the thing. That is what the text demands from you. Now, translation has become a reader-centric activity in that case. And we have to consider how much effort is the reader willing to push while reading. If the reader is not ready to, let's say, look deeper or read more, then they will just skip over all this. They will not actually pay much attention to how Rushdie is in the language, or whether it is possible to translate certified English into the Norwegian background. That is where
So hello everyone, myself MITA JAMBUCHA, and today my presentation topic is Rushdie and the politics of language, English as a post-colonial medium. This is my personal information. Hypothesis: Salman Rushdie deliberately politicizes and transforms the English language through chutnification and linguistic hybridity, turning it from a symbol of colonial domination into vibrant post-colonial medium that express and shapes cosmopolitan translation and hybrid identities. Research question: how does Rushdie use transform, hybridize English not just to address post-colonial issues but also to move toward cosmopolitan identity and shape a globalized literature? This is table of contents. First, we start with introduction. After colonialism, countries like India had to face a big questions. What language should we write in? How do we express our identity? Language was never neutral. It carried history, power, and even oppression. English was the language of the colonizers. It remained people of domination, and it was tied to social hierarchy. But Rushdie gives bold answers. He takes English, the colonizers' language, and make it Indian. He mix it with Hindi, Urdu, and regional words. He also species it up with Indian humor, cultures, and rhythms. This process he calls chutnification of English. Just like mixing many species in a chutney to make it tasty. So in this presentation, I will show how Rushdie transforms English into a post-colonial and global medium. We will see how he used it to represent hybrid identities and why this matters today. So in a word where English is global but always evolving, post-colonial struggles for cultural identity. So one of the central idea in these works is the struggles for cultural identity. So after colonial rule ended, countries like India ask themselves, how do we define our culture? What language do we use? Should we reject English or keep it? So Rushdie's answer is neither simple nor traditional. So he does not reject English, but he does not accept it in it pure British from either. He reshape it and he mix Hindi, Urdu, and local Indian expression into English. This gives us a post-colonial English, a language that carries Indian culture and identity. In novels like Midnight Children and the Satanic verse, Rushdie's English becomes a medium to tell Indian stories, reflect local culture, and show that identity is never fixed. Identity is a layered hybrid and constantly evoking, just like his language. So migration and translated lives. So Rushdie compares the life of a migrant to be being translated. When people move across countries or cultures, it likes their entire identity is carried across languages. So traditions and social systems, migration is not just about moving physically. It is about being culturally and linguistically translated. So he talk about triple displacement. Migrants often lose three things like place, language, and social norms. So because of this, migrant must rebuild their identity. They live in in between world. They are not completely part of their old culture, nor fully part of the new one. This creates a hybrid identity that is layered, complex, and flexible. So language itself unstable, just like identity. It changes, adapts. Words, expression, and grammar shift as people carry their expressions across cultures. So migration also brings memory and nostalgia. Migrants hold on to the past, which affects how they see the world and express themselves. So they constantly engaging the culture, negotiations, boring and adapting elements from different cultures to survive and belong. Finally, identity becomes fluid, always changing, layered and hybrid. For writers like Rushdie, English becomes a medium to express these complex migration expressions. By mixing local words, idioms, and rhythms, he captures the essence of living in multiple words at once. English, a post-colonial hybrid medium. So Rushdie does not see English as a foreign or a colonial language. Instead, he transformed it into a hybrid medium. So he says that English no longer belongs only to England. It belongs to everyone who use it. In his writing, he mixes England vocabulary, breaks grammar rules, and add rhythm and expression from local languages. So this hybrid English reflects how post-colonial scientists actually live lives mixed, layered, and diverse. So this also tells us sometimes importance about identity. So just like his English is a hybrid, his characters' identities are hybrid. They are never one thing. They are always a mix of culture, religious, and histories. So Rushdie shows that English can be Indian, global, and flexible all at once, which is why we call it a post-colonial hybrid medium. So hybridity in character and narratives. So language is not the only thing that Rushdie makes hybrid. His character and narrative are also hybrid. So many of these characters are migrant of people caught between cultures. They often speak in multiple languages, switching between English and local languages. So his storytelling is hybrid as well as it mixes history with fantasy, reality with myth, and oral storytelling with modern narrative techniques. So, for example, in Midnight Children, we do not just get the history of India. We also get magical elements, Indian myths, and multiple perspective. So this style reflects the fluidity of identity, just like the language he uses. His characters are never fixed in one category. They are layered, complex, and mixed. So this is an important message. Identity, like language, is always evolving. So the translated man rush this in a global age. This slide summarizes the most crucial academic concept in our presentation draw from Rushdie's famous quotes like we are translated men. So this is not just an narrative, it is a philosophy of identity. So Rushdie understands
करो. Hello. Hello. Okay, ready.
થઈ ગયું પણ અહીંયા બધું આ સ્લાઇડ The politics of language from post-colonialism to globalized English. So Salman Rushdie idea about language are not limited to India or post-colonial history. They are also relevant in today's globalized world. English is now a global language spoken and written across continent. But the English used by writers like Rushdie, Arundhati Roy is very different from Shakespearean's English. So it has been reshaped, hybridized, and adapted to reflect different culture and experiments. So Rushdie shows that English is no longer a master language. It has shared and multicultural. It becomes a tool to express the voices of many cultures at once, from India to Africa to Caribbean. So his works reminds us that language is not neutral. It is political, historical, and capable for resisting old hierarchies while connecting people globally. The Chutnification of English. So one of Rushdie's most ideas in the English, like chutnification of English. So think about chutney. It is a mix of many spices, giving flavor and characters. So Rushdie does not the same with English. He mixes Indian words, idioms, humors, and cultural references so into English. So for example, in Midnight Children, you will find English sentence. Counting words like babu, pukka, khansama, or filmi. This makes the language unique, lively, and Indian while still being English. So the point is that English does not have to be pure. It can be flexible, creative, and hybrid. Chutnification shows that language and identity can both be layered, mixed, and it global. So, in conclusion, to conclude, this shows us that language is never neutral. English, once a tool of colonization, becomes a tool of resistance, creativity, and identity. So, throughout Chutnification, Rushdie hybridizes English and makes it speak for post-colonial India. So his character also reflect this hybrid identity. They are layered, complex, and global. So the main message is that the literature should not strive for purity. Instead, it should embrace diversity and hybridity in English in Rushdie's vision. So become a global medium capable of carrying multiple cultures, histories, and identities at once. So learning outcomes. Language is political. It carries history, power, and culture. Rushdie's strategy through hybridity and chutnification, he transforms English into an Indian and global medium. Identity fermentation. His characters and narratives reflects the hybrid realities of migrants and post-colonial subjects. So, global relevance. Rushdie's language politics move beyond post-colonial struggles to shape globalized English literature. Critical awareness is the refuse of hybridity leads to cultural violence, while embracing it creates possibility for puritanism and curiosity. So these are my references. Thank you.
So as you have discussed about English and in post-colonial era, so Why do you think that Rushdie's language politics is still relevant in today's time?
Also, we know English language is used everywhere, and also it shows does not have to be a colonial language, and people and writer also help communicate everywhere, and it open and inclusive way. My question is for you that how does Rushdie's idea of chutnification of English connected with globalization today? Now English use every all the word, and also we know the sound of words not same everywhere, and also people people in India, Caribbean, and Africa use add their own word, and also their style, and also Salman Rushdie's chutnification is like this idea, and also English becomes mix, and like chutney with many flavors. So Salman Rushdie said to us to grow up with cultural ideas. So thank you, everyone.
So, hello everyone. Hello everyone. Today I'm going to explain magic realism in Midnight Children. So, this is my academic information, table of content, my research question. Can magical realism be seen as a tool of post-colonial resistance? Hypothesis. Magical realism in Midnight Children can be seen as a tool of post-colonial resistance because it dismantles colonial narratives, rewrite history from an Indian perspective, and foreground marginalized voice by blending myth and reality. Rushdie challenge imperial authority and assert the multiplicity of post-colonial identity and experience. So, what is a magic realism? So, magic realism is mostly famous from Latin America, and magic realism try to portray the magical world, and so it blurs the line between reality and imagination. In author like Gabriel Garcia Marco and Isabella Allen are well known for using this style to tell rich, complex stories. Magic realism try to portray everyday life. Midnight Children by Salman Rushdie. So, Salman Rushdie used magic realism in Midnight Children. He was highly influenced by Grace, and in the Midnight Children he tried to portray hybridity, chutnification, magic realism, nationalism, politics, all kind of those things are portrayed in Midnight Children. Now, magical realism and narrative structure. The in Midnight Children, the telepathic protagonist. So, in Midnight Children, Salim has a power to teleport people with each other. So, in Midnight Children, we know that over 1008 people are Midnight Children who are born in the midnight of Indian Independence Day in 1470 in that. And so Salim has a power, and with that he tried to summon the people and have a conversation with them. And second, character as a embodiment. So midnight children are a living metaphor for Indians' diverse and complex future. So in this, all character are having a different identity. It shows the diversity of the India. Then identity. So in Midnight Children, all the Midnight Children who has a power, or a magical power, are showing the different identity of each and every state, and they all are unique and have a unique power. Then nationalism. So the telepathic link among the children symbolize a shared national consciousness, historical force. So magic Midnight Children is highly based on the independence of the India and the emergency. Those are connected with the Midnight Children novel. Salim as a allegory for the nation. So this story is about Salim. He represents the India. So the story, and so he represent India. And in this as India's history, he also has a history, and how he tried to portray that. And in this Salim and India's history are both connected, because Salim lived when India got independent. Salim also was born at that time, and then he showed the represent of history in the post-colonial and post-modern themes. So colonial themes like colonialism also represented in Salim's character. We can see that how colonialism affect the life of Salim, and history also affect the character of Salim. Postmodern themes like Salim's character portrayed as a non-linear, or we can't trust him, because whatever he's saying is true or not, we didn't know. And other postmodernism themes, other, and fluidity of the identity. So Salim's character changes in every aspect of life we live. So he tried to portray fluidity. His identity changes. First, he was Indian, so he was connected with Indian culture, all those things. Then he was in Bangladesh, so there he played a role as the army officer. When he forgot his memory, then he come also he was in Pakistan too, so there too he also flow with the changes in his life. And then The Tin Drum by Winter Grass. The novel used the grotesque dwarf Oscar Matrix to satirize Nazi racial ideology and critique the German Catholic Church for its silence during the Holocaust. Oscar's profane body and blasphemous action, like his drumming in church, serve to desert the scared and expose the church complexity. The Master and Margarita by Mikhail Bulgakov. This is written during Stalin Purge. This book uses the arrival of Satan to Moscow as a metaphor. The witchcraft and magical events stand in for the inexplicable disappearance under Stalinism, functioning as a form of a secular sacrilege against the state's enforced atheism. So these both novel are example of magic realism. And the challenge of defining imagetic art. So the limitation of the magic realism is that it blurs the line between reality and fantasy, or imagination. So the whatever said by the character are true or imaginative word, we can't define that. It also blend history and nationalism with this. Then current critic and revolution of magic realism. The post-colonial critic theorists like Gayatri Spivak question the value attached to magic realism, seeing it as a Western code for determining what writing is welcome to the world literature, often masking first world radicalness. Modern versus postmodern. Critic in the subaltern approach see magic realism as closer to modern than the postmodern. Then magic realism, the hybrid mode. So as we know that the character of Salim was mixed blood of British and Indian blood. So it represents hybridity, and in our contemporary world too, we have hybridity like in food, in our culture, in clothing. All those things are a hybrid in contemporary world too, and Rushdie tried to portray the hybridity to show the reality of the world in these things. And the conclusion, Rushdie's Midnight Children employ magical realism to rewrite history, resist colonial narrative, and portray India's fragmented identity by merging fantasy with reality. He critiques power and offer a hybrid vision of post-colonial culture and nationhood. So here is my reference. Anyone have any question?
So my question is, how do Rushdie and Morrison use supernatural elements to represent trauma and historical suffering?
So in Midnight Children, Rushdie use magic realism and try to portray how Salim has a power, and in Toni Morrison's beloved Sethi's daughter also is ghost. So they both present the magic realism, and in historical suffering we can see that how Salim suffer from emergency and independence of the India, and in the beloved novel, in the Sethi, how he affected by the racism and slavery. So so it both make a trauma, and how they, so Morrison and Rushdie both try to present supernatural element in this. Next question.
So, Nirali, my question is, how does magic realism differ from fantasy or surrealism?
So magic realism is differ from fantasy and surrealism in approach of the reality. So in magic realism blur the line between reality and imagination. In Midnight Children, and the in fantasy the uh, in fantasy it all provide a imaginative world like in the novel Lord of the Ring. It express the whole imaginative one, and then surrealism, it portray the irrational or dreamlike world like in the Kafka's metamorphosis novel. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. Today I'm dealing with chutnification, the post-colonial blend in Midnight Children. So, at a first glance, we that assume that a word is funny for us, chutney. So it comes from chutney. It is a mix of different ingredients. So academic information, table of contents, and a research question. How does the metaphor of chutnification functions across the narrative, linguistic, and philosophical layers of Midnight's Children to construct a distinctively hybrid post-colonial identity that challenges fixed notion of purity? Hypothesis: Chutnification acts as Rushdie's central artistic and thematic mechanism to assert that post-colonial identity and history are inherently composite and impure. It simultaneously provides a model for archiving subjective memory, which is history, and enriching the colonial language, English, by embracing mixture and transformation. So the core ingredient defining chutney. So it is a powerful and unifying metaphor in Rushdie's work, and it involves preparation and preservation of a diverse, which is and sometimes contrasting, which had no connection with each other ingredients. And in blending things, we can see that many things which are used for blending, they lost their individual identity, and after blending in a one thing, they become new, and sometimes it is difficult to identify, and intensely they flavored in a one. Then and also we can see in Salman's Rushdie that also worked as a pickle maker, and he also tries to preserve his history and his feelings in a jar, like a chutney or a pickle, and mixing the history, cooking the past. So here Salim Sinai is considered as the archiver of the history, and he is also trying to put his memories into jar, and then he says that I had been mysterically handcuffed to history. So he also born at exact same time that when our India get independence on 15 August 1947, and here Rushdie does not want to show reality exactly same, but he want to mix some ideas of his personal emotions and national events. And this shows that how chutnification works. It turns history into something alive and imaginative. Chutney and magic realism. So he takes English and other language, which is English, which is a language of colonizer, and give it Indian flavor or Indian essence in that. And for example, he uses language like Angrez and Yatra, and also he sometimes put that he does not put a space in a sentence, and that all. This shows that language can also be chutnified like other ingredients and all, and it does not belong to a particular culture anymore. And this that is exactly shows that what we see in Midnight Children and English become Indian, colorful and live. remixing the language spices of English, the linguistic challenge, the novel English is chutnified to reflect India's hybrid multilingual culture and moving away from pure forms of language. Uh, these the stylistic solution, Rushdie's use of expression, chutnification, and it epitomizes his inventive use of language. The profane cook, philosophical critic. So here Salim consider him as a profane cook. Profane means which is unsacred, which is not sacred or pure. So the profane cook Salim, the pickle maker, and this approach challenges the concept of suddhi, which is purity, and ritual cleanliness. And by focusing on minor condiments, Rushdie's text reveals the significance of abject embodiment as a site of creativity. The creation of chutney become an act of secular transcendence, finding magic in the ordinary. The archive of taste, memory, and narrative unreliability. So, already I have mentioned that Salim is considered as archival of his emotion, his feeling, and his past. And here, Salim is keenly aware of impossibility and finding an ordinary truth. His memories, like the ingredients in the pickle of in the pickle jar, and at the one point, he even admits that his version might be wrong, but it still feels true. And then Rushdie also uses this to show that history itself never fully reliable, and it is always someone else's version of event. Synthesis, the three flavors of chutney. So first is the subjective history. So Salim's personal story mixed with India's national story. He considers that which is happened to me, that is also happened with India also, and hybrid language. So Rushdie's creative English, full of Indian spices that we have discussed earlier, that he also uses some Hindi and Urdu language in his work. And then profane philosophy. So using these, we can see that Salman Rushdie uses to convey the meaning that history is never pure. It is always someone's point of view, and it is a part of it is a part that we cannot consider it as a reliable truth. And contemporary relevance, the flavor of globalization. So we can consider this idea in is still relevant today. So in our globalized world, culture is mixed, and in food, cinema, fashion, and all that. So it help us to understand that global things are blending in a positive way. And Salim's background, he was at one time he was Hindu, and he he is a British also. He uphold identity differently. So we also sometimes hold different identity according to situations. And
Rushdie's message is not just about India, but it is about the world we lived now, where mixture, not purity, and defines that who actually we are. So, in conclusion, that the artistic imperative, chutnification is Rushdie's prescription for the post-colonial novel. It must be a composite, impure, and dynamic from form to truly reflect the nation's reality. Identity as a mixture, the novel leaves us with the understanding that identity is not a fixed essence but a complex mixture where the origins of the component parts are deliberately lost in the powerful new whole, and challenging the homogeneous. Rushdie's recipe ultimately celebrates the power of a blend over the fallacy of purity, making it a timeless commentary against any force, political, social, or literary, that demands homogeneity. And the final key takeaway, that the enduring taste of Midnight Children lies in its assertion that the richest narratives, like the most flavorful chutneys, are born from embracing the magnificent mess of hybridity. So these are my references. Thank you. If anyone have question.
So my question is, how do people experience certification through language today?
So nowadays we have that we interact with many things like global things like food, fashion, cinema, and all that. And we sometimes ask our friend that what are you doing here? So the mixture of a language we usually use in this world, and we can see that how we can use we are used deliberately or naturally this language in our world, and this concept is still relevant today.
So, Srushti, my question is, how can chutnification help us deal with global exposures and diversity today?
So I already mentioned that we used different food which is global. So if for example we are Gujarati, still we try multi cuisine food, and also that pizza is Italian, but in our Indian version, we made it. We used that paneer makhni pizza with Indian spices. So we can consider this example here, and another literary example, that Creole identity. It is also considered as a chutnification's example. So thank you, everyone. This is from my side.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, my presentation topic is gender dynamics in midnight children. Personal information. And my research question is, how does Salman Rushdie represent women in midnight children? And in what way do their symbolic stereotype and silence roles reflect the post-colonial and patriarchal dynamics? And my hypothesis, in midnight children, female characters are primarily symbolized and contrasted by a patriarchal and a post-colonial framework, serving to reinforce male-centered narrative while highlighting societal and cultural tension. About author Salman Rushdie, and he was born in June 1947 in Bombay, earning master in degree in history in 1968. His notable work is Midnight Children, The Satanic Words, Joseph, and Knife. Introduction. Midnight Children by Salman Rushdie is landmark of post-colonial novel that interweaves personal and national histories. In the story, a woman often appears as a symbolic figure, was voiced or marginalized or silenced, influenced the narrative indirectly rather than directly. It's a this analysis also highlight how the gender shapes in a story. Woman as a silent voice. In Midnight Children, women's voice are often marginalized, functions more as a symbol than active agent. Characters like Amina Sinai are central to the story, yet are largely defined by their relationship with men, reflecting a societal and familial expectation. A similar figure like Padma guides the narrative and morals perspective for male character, but their own stories remain secondary. Here we see how the woman always symbolize the culture and family the expectation rather than themselves voice. Male-centric hybridity. In the Midnight Children, the concept of hybridity, blending culture, histories, and identity is largely centered on a male character, while women are often framed throughout stereotyping or creating lens. Female characters are portrayed as a seductive, danger, or authority. For example, some women appear as a sexualized as a monstrous figure, highlight the patriarchal fears and fantasize, rather than reflecting their full humanity. This male-centric portrayal limits a woman agency and position them primarily as a object within the story exploration of identity and post-colonial hybridity. Novel also ideas of the hybridity to favor male and women marginalized. Stereotype and symbolism. Women in Midnight Children are often represented throughout binary stereotype virtues versus monstrous, passive versus sexual. There's a simplified portray as a reinforced patriarchal narrative, shaping how readers perceive female character and limiting their complexity. For instance, a character moral or sexual behavior is frequently exaggerate to symbolize a larger societal or political idea rather than exploring her personal depth. There's a representation emphasize that a woman's value in the novel is often symbolized serving larger thematic or political purpose rather than reflecting their real individuality. Woman as a mother. Motherhood is a powerful theme. We see a woman as a mother can hold the moral and emotion, influence the shaping a new generation. Motherhood is central theme in Midnight Children, giving female character moral, emotional, and sometimes mystical authority. For example, a character like Amina Sinai demonstrate how the maternal roles can guide and protect at their personal desire and identity. It remains secondary to their symbolic function as a nurture, religion, and political symbols. In novel, we see many. In novel history, women have a goddess or a mythical kind of power. Female character in Midnight Children often embodying a religious or political ideology, acting as a symbolic figure within the narrative. Their identities are intertwined with nationalism, mythology, and character memory, highlight the intersection of gender with a larger societal force. For instance, some women respect allegory or ideological concept rather than personal individual. Mythological roles. In Midnight Children, women are often linked to mythological archetypes such as a goddess or a mystical figure. This connection enhances their symbolic significance but resist their personal agency. For example, certain female characters serve as embodiments of divine and mystical qualities, shaping the narrative, spiritual, and cultural dimension while remaining secondary to male experience. Conclusion. In Midnight Children, women are portrayed as both symbolic and silence. Their identities are often defined by relationship with a man rather than their own choice, limiting their personal agency. Despite this, female character hold a moral, emotion, and ideological significance, appears as a mother, mystical figure, or a symbolic representative of political and cultural ideas. Rushdi's depiction highlight the tension between revenge and restriction. Women are central to the novel, thematic and symbolical structure, yet their voice remain constricted by patriarchal and post-colonial framework. This demonstrates how literature can reflect a societal power dynamic while simultaneously limiting a marginalized perspective. This is my work cited. Thank you, everyone. If you have any question, feel free to ask.
So my question is, what can be learned from the absence of strong female narrators?
The lack of a female narrator shows that how post-colonial storytelling itself is gendered. It's gendered.
My question is, why does Rushdie focus more on male experiences than female ones?
Rushdie used Salim voice, Salim male voice for show the how patriarchal structure of post-colonialism, when where men can dominate power, public and dominate public and narrative space, while woman role of marginalized, the limited role of a woman show the societal reality. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. I am Mansi Joshi. So my today's topic is narrating the nation anew: identity, history, and magical realism in Rushdie's Midnight Children. Here is my academic details. Here is my table of contents. Introduction. So interviewing personal and national histories. So Salim Sinai's life is intrinsically linked with the Indian history. So symbolizing the nation's struggle and triumphs. So magic realism as a narrative technique. So in this, the novel employs magical realism to blend the fantastical with the real. So fantasy of Salman Rushdie's idea and how he connect with the real world, and illustrating the complexities of post-colonial identity. Salim Sinai as a symbol of India. So born at the stroke of midnight on the August 15, 1947, Salim's life parallel India's independence and subsequent challenges, challenging traditional historical narrative. So Rushdie critiqued the official histories by presenting a narrative that include marginalized voice and perspectives. Research question. So my research question is, in what ways does Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children critique nationalism through the lens of post-colonial theory hypothesis? through the protagonist experiences and the novel structure, Rushdie critique nationalism by exposing its constructed nature and its impact on individual identities in post-colonial India. So, rewriting history and blurring history fiction boundaries. So, here, uh, in this slide, I would like to talk about argues that Rushdie does not accept official or hegemonic history as the absolute. So instead, he shows that history is constructed through narrative. The technique of magic realism allows event to shift between the real and the unreal. So it making the boundary between history and fiction. And name change, symbolism, and national identity. So in this highlights how the character initially called the brass monkey. So it later becomes Jamila Singer. So Jamila and Sinai family, they are shifted to India to Pakistan. So this is the name highlight their transformation. So, in the emergency when the spittoon is destroyed by bulldozer, so it symbolizes the eraser of personal and collective memory. Magic realism aspect in Midnight Children. So, in this, magic appearance means that magical events occur as if they were normal within the world of the novel. So, for example, Salim Sinai's telepathic power or his connection to other midnight-born children is treated as a part of reality, not as the separate fantasy realm. And exposed phenomena refers to how Rushdie reveals the magic elements to readers. So, he does not hide them, but integrates them openly into the story. As well, for instance, the narrator often declares such magic plainly, making it part of his real memory. So, blinding dimension and confusioning decision involve how character must deal with magic elements. So, sometimes magic forces difficult choice, confuses identity, or blind together personal and national histories. Then positioning cultural, myth, magic, and everyday life. So here in this novel, Rushdie mixed these all the elements. So Rushdie uses cultural and survival. Even as India goes through independence, partition, and political turmoil, familial rituals, language, and local tradition carry forward in the narrative. And myths are localized. The novel often refer to folklore and the legends tied to real Indian places. So blending myth into the historical settings. As the magic he used as the humors that people how blindly believe in magic, and it's like the spreading humors by mouth to mouth. And everyday life is the stage where normal events like birth, death, and the politics, family conflict. So in this novel, we can see the birth is very normal incident in our life. But here what happened that nurse changes this both children. So it's a break in the everyday normal routine. Midnight Children as a progressive novel. So the in this article, writer argues that Midnight Children influence nearly all later Indian English novel by expanding what Indian English fiction could do, beyond regional English. So here we can, as ma'am mentioned, that we can see that everyone's language is like its own way, that style of explanation, their using of words. So it's a beyond the regional English. and as well on defamiliarization. So in this, Rushdie use um, spirit metaphors, so that everyday things feel strange, so forcing the reader to re-see them. If we read any word, so we have to we have to cross check, because it's not like we feel everyday life, but it's a metaphorical word, so we have to cross check, and we have to think deep about that word and what Salman Rushdie wants to share with his readers. He uses the word like taiji, and mixes several words like no, tell, taiji, how old you are truly. So this line is showing metaphor. And blending the narrative mixes historical events like Indian independence and emergency with magical elements, as well oral storytelling, interjections of journalistic style, etc. History, memory, identity in Midnight Children. So in this, Salim Sinai's personal story is tightly linked with the Indian history. So his birth at midnight on August 15, 1947, it ties him symbolically to the nation's birth. So he has the magical power. So he reflects that nation's birth, that every who birth at this 12 o'clock strike, so they that all the children have some magical power. So it's the reflection of nation, that people also can use their power against the nation. Then fictionalizing history and memory in Midnight Children. So so this article notes that Salim's life is handcuffed to history. He is born at midnight at Indians' independence, so that his personal destiny is tied to the country's. The term chutnification is used to show how Rushdie conceives history as a mixture of history like making chutney. So he mixes all the ingredients in his novel, and involves both perceiving and combining, and also the altering of form, changing yet perceiving. We can see Rushdie wants some change, but we also perceive some thoughts and new idea from this novel. So fragmentation, hybridity, and the nation as the metaphor. So Rushdie identifies that Nazim's body, that the doctor seeing his body in perforated sheets. So this is the this highlights the fragmentation in a fragmented India. So that perforated sheet is the metaphor for the fragmented India. So this is the major point of fragmentation. And then the hybridity. And the author writes that Midnight Children creates a history of India that is the extremely heterogeneous and diverse. So, so it's replete with stories, images, and ideas, a multifarious hybrid history. So it's also emphasized that Rushdie's narrative clears up a place in the historical record for the suppressed and silent voice of history. Then conclusion. So in conclusion, multifaceted view of post-colonial India. So in this novel present a complex portrayal of Indian history. So highlights the interplay between the personal and national experience. So it's a really tough challenge that you have to your personal idea, you have to write with the people's idea, and you have to connect this both, and you have to explain this reader, so that writer would like to share his experience, and we can see this whole nation through the writer's eye. And narrative techniques enhancing thematic depth. So Rushdie's use of magical realism and metafiction adds layers to the narrative, enriching its exploration of identity and history, a relevance in contemporary literary studies. So Midnight Children continues to be a seminal works for a discussion of postcolonialism, identity, and narrative form. And the novel also challenges readers to question dominant historical narratives and consider alternative perspectives. References. Thank you. Question, please.
Question for you. How does Rushdie Midnight Children blur the boundary between history and fiction when talking about India's identity?
So, in Rushdie's novel, we can see that he mixes history, imagination, and we can say that when we read history, sometimes we felt that history is not real, but history reflects like the people tells a story. So here Rushdie also mixed this all the point, and national identity is very uncertain. It's not it's if today something happened, so if we talk about that tomorrow, so it will be with the new form.
My question is, how can myth as a geographical fact and magic as a rumor be read as alternative forms of historical truth in Midnight Children?
Yes. So when we talk about myths, and as well, if our grandparents also talk about myth, then we will blindly follow it. And as well, people also talking about myth, and they will believe in that myth. So, Salman Rushdie also links a story to real places. And as well, magic spreads like humor. So people used it in their everyday life. So it affects the people, and this all together shows history and memories. These all are interlinked and interconnected. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. Myself Smriti Vadir. My today's topic for the presentation on Indian English literature post-independence is 30 jars, 30 chapters, and the pickle metaphor in Rushdie's Midnight Children. So these are my academic information and research question. So my research question asks how does Salman Rushdie employ the pickle metaphor as both a structural device and a thematic framework to explore memory, narrative preservation, and post-colonial Indian identity. I argue that the exact correspondence
the 30 pickle jars equals the 30 chapters is not coincidental, but makes the act of preservation itself the narrative's central subject, and operating on structural, epistemological, and political levels simultaneously. So the hypothesis asserts that this one-to-one correspondence represents Rushdie's metafictional argument that historical preservation necessarily transforms its source material, and this transformation, far from being a failure of accuracy, constitutes a more authentic engagement with truth than objective historiography claims to offer. And as Lilian Rufberak supports this reading, noting that the 30 jars represent the 30 chapters of the novel. However, I challenge Rushdie's celebration when we consider gender politics. While he romanticizes pickling as creative part, women like Mary and Padma perform actual preservation labor and other things. Yet they receive subordinate narrative authority. The metaphor brilliantly addresses that national politics, but fails on the act of gender dynamics. So, introduction. First of all, historical background. Midnight's Children emerges from India's traumatic post-colonial history, the 1947 partition that caused millions of deaths and displaced tens of millions of people, and the emergency period of 1975 to 77, when Indira Gandhi's regime implemented forced sterilizations, where, as Rushdie writes, testicles were removed from sex and wombs vanished forever. So the protagonist, Salim Sinai, born at the precise instance of India's arrival at independence, confronts what Rushdie calls national amnesia. So today we are already forgetting, sinking willingly into the insidious clouds of amnesia. But I remember working in a pickle factory. Salim discovers that memory as well as fruit is being saved from the corruption of the clocks, producing exactly 30 jars corresponding to 30 chapters in a radical innovation where form becomes content. So, Rushdie and Midnight's Children. Rushdie was born in June 1947, just 2 months before independence, to a Muslim family in Bombay. He writes from a migrant position in Britain, embodying the hybridity the novel explores. Midnight's Children won the Booker Prize and later Booker of Bookers, best in 40 years, as that it got prize. So the structure of it, Salim switched at birth with Shiva, possesses telepathic connecting 1001 Midnight's Children, his life paralleling India's history at 30, working in the pickle factory, his body racing the cracks. He writes for Padma, 30 chapters equal 30 jars, and one in the end one remains empty. As Sayedova notes, by transgressing boundaries between history and fiction, Rushdie reveals nationalism's reliance on discursive construction of history. So, structural parallel. Salim states, I have pickled 30 chapters in words and in pictures in one more day. I will be 31. So later 30 jars stand upon a shelf waiting to be unleashed upon the amnesiac nation. The math is exact. 30 chapters equal 30 jars, and one empty 31st jar represents the unpickable future of Salim Sinai, or we can see in the end of his son Adam. So noticing this dual process, by day Salim supervises production, where he includes memories, dreams, and ideas in mass production. And by night, he writes, "My chutneys and kasundis are connected to my nocturnal scribbling. I spent my time at the great work of preserving. Sorry." So this creates what Lillian calls a metafictional function. Form doesn't just represent content; it enacts content. So transformation is preservation. Arundhati Roy, in her novel, and as Ananya Shankar notes that point, that a mango pickle, though made from mango, tastes nothing like the fruit, but preservation makes changes to it. What goes into the recipe? 4 ingredients: memories, but only scraps with the remaining shreds of the past, lingering in ransacked memory for vaults like broken bottles on a beach, dreams that fill gaps left by failing memory, and ideas providing interpretive frameworks, and his special nasal powers of Salim, including intangibles. So the art, as Rushdie writes, is to change the flavor to a degree, not in kind, to give it shape and form. That is to say, meaning. So the transformation isn't a failure, but the transformation isn't failure, but it is the condition of preservation itself. The pickled mango does not equal fresh mango, yet both are authentically mango derived. Similarly, preserved memory doesn't equal original experiences, yet both are authentically historical. So memory is truth versus historical truth. Salim admits errors throughout. Gandhi's assassination occurs on the wrong date in the novel, but I cannot say now what the actual sequence might have been in India. Gandhi will continue to die at the wrong time. He confesses, "I'm prepared to rewrite everything purely in order to place myself in a central role, and raising the cracks, the risks of unreliability grows." But here is Rushdie's radical epistemological claim that memory's truth selects, eliminates, and alters, exaggerates, but in the end, it creates its own reality, and no sane human being ever trusts someone else's version more than that his own. So all history is selective and interpretive, we can say, and objective history denies this, making it dishonest. As Salim observes, in a country where truth is what it is instructed to be, really quite literally ceases to exist. So in case of that, Rushdie is noting on My India, a version and no more than one version of all the hundreds of million. No single authoritative history exists. So form contains chaos. The perforated sheet, as Mansi mentioned, perforated sheets motif represents a fragmented vision of as Dr. Aziz falls in love in fragments through a hole in a perforated sheet, and symbolizing India's post-partition scene only in pieces. Salim in asks that is this an Indian disease? This urge to encapsulate the whole of reality. So that we can say that one cannot capture totality and must find the whole in a small part. So the jar provides a necessary form to give it shape and form, and that is to say meaning. Without containers, memory remains unpreservable or can be removed from history. Padma as the reader in the recipe. So Salim describes an triangle with three equal elements: himself as creator, memory as source material, and Padma as listener, representing the present. Padma bullies him back into a linear narrative and provides grounding. When she leaves, his creative flow stops completely, and the readers are not passive receivers; they are co-creators in that case. And preservation requires present-day context to activate the past. Personal national history personal and national history linking together. So Salim's birth coincides with independence. At the precise instant of India's arrival at independence, I tumbled forth into the world. So as a critic writes that you are the mirror of your own. Salim believes Salim believes that history targets him personally, and the Indo-Pakistani War's hidden purpose was the elimination of benighted family, and the emergency's deepest motive was the smashing of the children of midnight. Rushdie creates hypendent connections as I linked to history both literally and metaphorically, both actively and passively, actively and literally, passively metaphorically, actively metaphorically, and passively literally. So link ingredients in a pickle jar. Cucumber affects brine, and brine affects cucumber. Like that, personal and national histories marinate together until inseparable. So against national amnesia. What must be remembered? Emergencies horrors were horrors as shown in Midnight's Children, targeted and sterilized lost powers, literal genocide of diversity. But by 1980, Gandhi returned to power and the nation forgot it. So today we are already forgetting, but if we search, we came to know that what happened and how it happened. As Salman Rushdie has preserved that memory in this text, so we can get that what happened exactly. Pickle versus partition. So partition separate by religion, which produced violence and ongoing conflict. Martin Jones reads Rushdie's message as it's a tool who thinks that the world can be brought together by dividing it up. Pickle logic offers the alternative of it as multiple ingredients in a same jar marinating together. Flavors blend, but ingredients remain distinct. Unity through mixture, not separation. Midnight Children becomes a massive jar of pickle where diverse elements coexist. The baby swap reinforces this as Salim and Shiva switched at birth. Rushdie clarifies as swapping did not imply ancestry was lost, but Shiva's grandfather is Salim's grandfather, subtly portrays secularism. So gendered politics of preservation. Mary runs the factory, creates recipes and does all the preservation work. Salim just supervises and claims credit, gains narrative authority. Shankar notes in her article that chutney making framed as act of love, but it's also an unpaid labor. And Padma performs physical factory labor plus emotional labor of listening, enabling Salim's creation, yet receives no authorial credit. The empty jar. So, why only 30? I have pickled 30 chapters in one more day. I will be 31. 30 jars stand upon a shelf. This is the statement of Salim, as he will be the 31. He can be the 31st any day. And so Salim's body cracking will become 600 million pieces absorbed back into masses. Individual narrative ends and national story continues. This creates a generational transmission. Salim's son Adam inherits 30 jars. Each generation inherits previous generations' preserved history. Then there opens and interprets and passes it forward by preserving it more. And the conclusion. So to conclude, Rushdie's pickle metaphor operates structurally as 30 jars equal 30 chapters, creating metafictional unity, and epistemologically preservation requires transformation memory and creates its own reality, so more honest than objective history. So politically it counters partition's logic by modeling mixture over separation. However, the metaphor contains a critical blind spot while challenging state power. It inadequately addresses gendered dynamics, romanticizing preservation labor performed by women who receive subordinate narrative authority. The empty 31st jar acknowledges the future cannot be preserved and cannot be known, and it invites the readers as active participants who must question not only what gets preserved, but who controls the means of preservation. So why does this matter? This matters to literary studies, demonstrating a structural metaphor as form, content, unity, and metafiction's political engagement. To memory and trauma studies, showing memory's creative function and how literature preserves what state erases. To post-colonial politics, critiquing nationalist historiography and validating the hybrid identity. So my learning outcomes. What did this study teach me? So I would say that I learned to analyze a structural metaphor as architectural element, not as decoration. And I gained ability to evaluate epistemological claims and distinguishing honest subjectivity from false objectivity. And I developed the skills synthesizing multiple theoretical frameworks, post-colonial, post-modernism, or and feminist together. And I learned to critique power dynamics, whose labor enables and whose authority. So most importantly, I reflected on my own inherited histories. What will I preserve and preserve forward, and how will I transform it, and whose labor will be in that transformation and preservation possible. So the empty jar reminds me that each generation inherits, interprets, and passes forward preserved histories. So these are my references, and thank you everyone. I'll be happy to have your questions.
Shruti, my question for you, what's the gender problem with the pickle metaphor?
So the gender problem, as I mentioned, that in novel we see that Mary and Padma, women's like Mary and Padma and mother of Salim, does the actual preservation work or cooking work and giving them emotional support and everything. But if we see in narrative, that authority goes to Salim and only to the male characters of the novel. And so that's why the Rushdie has inserted this narrative in novel, and that gives us the gender, the idea of gender problem in the novel. So that's it.
So my question is, why does Rushdie call India amnesiac?
We can say that in India, we had so many traumatic events like emergency, violence, riots, then pandemics and demonetization and etc. Those traumatic experiences got erased through timeline, and that sometimes we see people that they deliberately choose to erase that and remove that type of events from their memories to avoid the pain it caused, and to avoid the pain the memory will bring them again. And so in novel, Rushdie shows us that the pickle jars becomes the preservation of the events what our nation has tried to erase, and that's why he calls India amnesia. So thank you. That's from my side.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome in my presentation. So today's my presentation topic is talent versus birth, caste-based educational marginalization from Eklavya to modern India. When we heard this modern India caste marginalization, so at that time we have one point in our mind. that in recent days we can't find that caste marginalized in modern India. So in this presentation, I will deal with 3 case studies. So from let's begin. These are my academic information. So my research question is, how does caste-based discrimination in education manifest historically and today? And what role do teachers and institutions play in the perpetuating it? So my hypothesis is, despite legal and social process, caste continues to restrict educational access. Teacher and institution can reinforce these inequalities, showing continuity from ancient to modern context. So begin with introduction. So we know that the poem Eklavya and one and in our syllabus post-independence written by Meena Kandaswamy. So in that poem also we can find that Eklavya was denied from his Guru Drona. Why? Because of caste biasness from that Guru Drona. So he was denied and rejected because of his caste. So in this presentation also we can find that and connect that Eklavya story, and in that 3 case which I will deal in this presentation. In that one case is of Dr. Ritu Singh, then Payal Tadvi, and then Dalit students in Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan. So now we know that the story, what the mythical story of that Eklavya. He was a tribal boy who wants to train archery from Guru Drona, but he denied, and then because of caste. And so then when he learned from that statue of Guru Drona, so at that time also when Guru Drona knows that Eklavya learns from that my statue that archery. So at that time he want that his right thumb for Guru Dakshina, and from that Eklavya cut his right thumb. So from that he marginalized. Why? Because of his lower caste. So at that time we have one point in our mind that what is role of teacher. That Guru Drona was teacher, so his role is to educate all people without the biasness of that hierarchy of caste. So at that time we have one point, and second is the casteism as well. So a role of teacher in education system. So what roles of teachers? So teachers can include or exclude learners, and Eklavya's case shows that biasness of Guru Drona. And here we can find that what should teacher be? So recognize merit over birth, provide equal opportunities, challenge discriminatory norms. So what is the goal? Goal is to make education inclusive and fair. So here is case 1, case of Payal Tadvi in 2019. So when I refer this case from that Shah's article, and then I search it, and then that Hindustan Times also I can find that news. So this case was a 26-year-old Adivasi girl studied in BYL Nair Hospital at Maharashtra. So she was harassed by her 3 seniors, and we can notice that what was the harassment from that 3 seniors, and she attempted suicide in 22 May 2019. And what we can find that here we can find the talent versus birth in this case of that Payal. And here is case 2 of Dr. Ritu Singh, and it also I referred from Shah's article, and that make to media.com. So in that case also, Dr. Ritu Singh was a Dalit scholar, assistant professor at Daulat Ram College, Delhi University. So in the when we refer this case, we also find that caste marginalized with the professor. And it not that much earlier, 2020. So 4 year ago. So it was also, and then her promotion was delayed. Why? Because of her caste. And then in the case 3, Dalit students in Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan, and it news also I found from that Shah's article, and from then later search in the Hindu news. And here in that news also we can find that the case of that one student beaten because of he drunk water from teacher's water, and he was not higher caste person. So that concept also we can find in Meena Kanda Swami's poem One Eyed, in the character of Dhanan. So here we can find that concept, and it was also the 2022's case. So 3 year ago case. And what its significance? It shows a systemic exclusion and unsafe environment. So how that people marginalized. Nowadays we can find that we are not find any caste biasness and all those things, but those cases are around 5 years ago. In 5 years ago we can find that. I also find another cases also about that caste marginalization. And so conclusion, I want to say that caste-based education marginalization continues from Eklavya's time to today. So modern cases shows harassment, dismissal and unsafe environment for talented students. So teachers and institutions must prioritize merit and inclusion, ensuring education is fair, safe and equitable for all. These are my references, and thank you. If anyone have question, please ask.
So Nishtha, my question: what does the case of the Dalit teacher in Ahmed's article reveal about the institutional attitudes?
Yes, Mansi. When we refer the case article of Ahmed's, in that article we can find the harassment with Dr. Ritu Singh. She was professor and delayed from his senior professor for her promotion. So at that time we can find that how the professor also educated people also suffers from that marginalized process. So in some point we can find that the caste marginalized from only rural areas or uneducated areas. But here we can find that in the Dr. Ritu Singh's problem.
So, Nishtha, my question for you is, what practical steps can teachers take to build inclusive classrooms?
Yes, Smruti. So, first step for teacher, that teacher must be without biasness. If teacher have that bias, but so how he or she teach to their students. So in recent 2 months ago, I can find the one news from injustice with caste hierarchy marks in our Bhavnagar also. So first of all, teacher must be without that practical about that views, and then teacher should make groups and without that biasless talks in the class, and from that steps we can find we will out of that caste marginalization. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Today's presentation topic is left-handed defines caste, power, and protest in Eklavya. These are my personal information. Table of content. Research question: how does Meena Kansami's portrayal of Eklavya in left-handed defines reframe caste-based exclusion as the site of the poetic resistance and the symbolic empowerment? Hypothesis: Kansami remains Eklavya's left-handedness as a metaphor for defined self-assertion, using the poetic form to challenge Brahmical authority and the reclaim agency from marginalized voice. Introduction: Myth, Memory, and Marginalization. The story of Eklavya, a traditional seen as the table of the devotion and the sacrifice, pretend in a Dale discourse as a symbol of the caste-based exclusion and injustice. Meena Kansami's left-handed defines reframes this myth of the highlight now how marginalized communities are denied access to knowledge and the power. Eklavya serve thumb because a metaphor for systematic operation, will his memory is reclaimed as an act of resistance against Brahmical authority. First is a poetic protest, language, and subversion. In Meena Kansami's poetries, in marked by bold and uncompromising style, is a blend aggression, irony, and the political ungrazy. Her verse reject traditional lyrical softness, opening instant for sharp conversational language, and expose the brutality of the caste and gender oppression through the mythological subversion, and the build screams the dismantle dominant narratives and the reclaims lines. Dalit voices. Her poetic protest is not a merely aesthetic, it is the radical act of the resistance, transforming literature into a battlefield where the language becomes a weapon against systematic injustice. Second is Eklavya as a symbol, caste and exclusion. Eklavya's story symbolize how caste denies access to knowledge and agency. Though talented, he excluded from the formal learning due to his low caste, and punished for self-teaching by losing his thumb. And the Dalit literature, Eklavya become a figure of a resistance, challenging Brahmical authority and the representing the struggle for dignity dignity and education. The politics of the left-handed. In Meena Kansami's left-handed defines the left hand emerge as the radical symbol as the resistance against caste-based conformity and the culture stigma, traditional view as the impure or inferior. In many Indian context, the left hand is reclaimed in her poem as a site of a pride, protest, and non-conformative by invoking Eklavya's left-handed archi. Kansami subvert Brahmical authority and remains myth of a central Dalit agency, the act of using the left hand because the metaphor for rejecting imposed norms and the asserting one's right and knowledge, dignity, and self-expression. Her poetic gesture transformed boldly marginalized into a powerful declaration of defiance, power, and pedagogy. Who gets to teach? The Guru Shishya tradition, often idealized in Indian pedagogy, concern deep hierarchies rooted in caste, Brahmical control over education, historical exclude Dalit and other marginalized communities for accessing knowledge. Figure like a Dronacharya, who denied Eklavya the right learn, symbolize how the teaching itself become a tool of oppression. Meena Kansami's poetry critiques this legacy, exposing his pedagogy was weaponized to maintain social order. Her work as ask who gets to teach and how and who is the demand worthy of learning. In doing so, she reclaims in the act of education as a site of a resistance and the reimagination, the teacher-student relation, the beyond caste and boundaries, gender caste intersectional sizzling. Dalit women face layer oppression where caste denies them access to education and dignity, will gender subjects theme of the patriarchal violence. Their voice are often excluded from both feminist and the caste-based movements. Writers like Meena Kansami challenge this sizzling by the reclaiming language and the myth, asserting the Dalit feminist agency and the resisting Brahmical ensures. Rewriting the canon, Dalit literary resistance. Meena Kansami left-handed defines the elegance with Dalit literary resistance by the challenging dominant myths and the reclaiming silence histories through Eklavya stories. She writes they canon to center Dalit legacy, using the poetry as a tool of a protest and empowerment. Conclusion. In conclusion, in left-handed defines the Meena Kansami transform myth into the site resistance, reclaiming Eklavya's lines, a story to challenge class hierarchies and the epistemic violence. Her poetic defines become an act of the reclamation of the voice, dignity, and the agency for the marginalized by rewriting the narrative through a political charge and the subversive lens. She not only expose historical injustice but also empower Dalit identity with a pride and the protest. The poem stands as the testament to how literature can comfort oppression and the reimagine myth as a tool for liberation. These are my reference. Thank you. Any question?
Shatakshi, my question is, why is Eklavya central to poetic resistance?
Meena Kansami used the poetry challenge unfair teaching system and gain identity. Next.
So my question is, what makes the Dalit literature politically powerful?
Dalit literature root in live experience and social 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 and social challenging, and the story, it's not a story challenging, it was a fight injustice. So thank you.
So very good afternoon, everybody. Today's my presentation topic is idealism in Radhakrishnan, a philosophical framework for human life. So my personal information, then a research question that in what ways does Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan's philosophy of idealism uh, construct a comprehensive framework that unities spiritual recognition, moral development, and social responsibility? How can his vision of integrating reason, intuition, and pluralism contribute to shaping an ethical and harmonious human life in the context of modern global challenges? Hypothesis is that Radhakrishnan's idealism present a holistic philosophical framework that link the spiritual and the practical aspect of human experience. By emphasizing the unity of Atma and Brahma, the harmony between reason and intuition, and the moral necessity of tolerance and pluralism, his philosophy offers guidance for ethical living and human dignity. It process that true progress arise not merely from material advancement but from spiritual awareness, moral discipline, and cultural understanding, which together form the foundation for peacefully uh, coexistence and universal human well-being in the modern world. This is the table of content, and let's begin from introduction. So, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, we all are aware about this person because he is a great leader. He was a philosopher, scholar, and a good teacher also. So, he was known for good explanation of his philosophy about Eastern and Western thought, particularly especially Vedanta. And he created dialogue between Western and Eastern philosophy. So Radhakrishnan's central aim was to make philosophy not merely a theoretical pursuit, but a practical guide for leading a meaningful and ethical human life. So Radhakrishnan's also said that philosophy is not just for making argue and theory, but it's describe that how we can live a good and meaningful life and ethical thinking from the philosophy. Core of Radhakrishnan's idealism. So first, Radhakrishnan's philosophy, especially based on Vedanta. It's come from Advaita Vedanta, which teaches that the individual soul, means Atma and Brahma, which connected with universal reality, are essential the same. So this means every person is connected to the ultimately spiritual reality. then the world is real. So many times we listen in the our country or world that our earth or world is a one illusion, but Radhakrishnans believe that the world is really exist, but it is a manifestation of the absolute, meaning everything in the world reflect the deeper spiritual reality, unity in diversity. So while the ultimate truth is unity, the world show many forms, cultures and experiences. His philosophy teaches us to see the unity behind this difference, like different rivers uh, flowing into the same ocean. Intuition, reason and moral insight. So first, intuition. Intuition means inner thinking, our inner knowing is a it's when that means we think from our inside, and uh, our decision come from naturally. So it's not and it's allow that us to understand deeper truth about life and morality. It's can't be figured about we can say out by thinking alone. Then reason. So reason, it's very helpful to think, analyze and make a plan and understand of the world. But reason, it's not only enough to get spiritual truth. So intuition and reason both are work together. In that, intuition is working given it depth, and reason organizes knowledge. Then ethical life. So true morality comes from understanding the higher principle of life. It's not meaning, it doesn't mean that you are following rules, so you are no thing good. But when you hire the principle of spiritual life, so that time morality come. When our actions are guided by spiritual insight, life become a purposeful, ethical, and noble. Then toleration and pluralism. So, what is a first of all, what is a true toleration? That doesn't mean that you have allowing to other people that they can believe in different things, but you also you should respect and give a value to their religion, culture and personal choices also. That religion as a engagement. So spiritually it should guide us to engage positively with society, help others and act ethically rather than retreating from the world. As an example, volunteers and that people who support the societies, help society or committees, so that type. Then pluralism as a spiritual and a moral necessity. So accepting and appreciating a multiple perspective is essential for personal growth and ethical living. So we all know that sometime our India and other countries also believe that something is a boycott, and especially in our India, people believe that India people want to become a India in all Hinduism. So Radhakrishnan is also say that in philosophy that it's not we believe in we can say we believe in diversity, so we also we should give a importance. Then relevance today, this idea promote harmony, mutual respect and peacefully coexistence in the today's multicultural and global society. Then a framework for human life. So unity without uniformity. So respect diversity. That means Radhakrishnan teaches that we are all human being, but we are belong from different thought, different religion, different culture and experiences. So we all give a importance of that. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to forces of on people that they become a same, because importance is have in the diversity, moral depth. So moral depth never come with following rule strictly, but it's come from living in harmony with higher spiritual principles. So moral decision should flow from inner awareness and an understanding of the what is true or what is wrong. Then integration of East and West, that means science and spirituality. So Radhakrishnan is promote the combining Eastern spirituality, wisdom with Western scientific and rational thoughts. Then works of Radhakrishnan. So first is very notable work, the philosophy of the Upanishad. This explore the metaphysical and spiritual teaching of the Upanishad. Then the Hindu view of life. This work is a discuss the practical application of Hindu philosophy, emphasizing ethics, duty, and spirituality, and presenting a framework for leading a meaningful and balanced human life in accordance with moral and religious principles. Then Eastern religion and Western thoughts. So I'm early mentioned that Radhakrishnan promote in that science and spirituality. So Western and Eastern, they both explain in that work. Then Radhakrishnan work, idealist view of life. He present Radhakrishnan's idealism, emphasizing spiritual and moral growth, self realization, ethical living, and the pursuit of higher truth as a guide for meaningful life. The relevance today of Radhakrishnan's philosophy. So his philosophy provides a strong foundation for respective diversity in religions, culture, and ways of life. It teaches how to balance material progress with spiritual and moral growth, so life is meaningful. His ideas guide individuals to be ethical, tolerant, and self-aware, acting from higher principles rather than just personal gain. These principles form a universal framework that promotes peace, human dignity, and harmonious living in the today's multicultural and global society. Then, in the last conclusion, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan's philosophy of idealism emphasized that the ultimate reality is a spiritual unity, while the world and human life are real expression of this unity. His teachings combine reason and intuition, guiding individuals to live ethically, act selflessly, and realize their spiritual potential. By promoting toleration, pluralism, and respect for diversity, Radhakrishnan provides a framework for harmonious coexistence in both personal and social life. In today's global and multicultural world, his idea remain highly relevant. They help individuals balance material progress with spiritual growth, develop character through education, and contribute positively to society. Overall, Radhakrishnan's idealism offer a universal framework for meaningful, ethical, and peaceful human life. This is the references. Have any question?
Krishna, my question is, how can Radha Krishnan's idealism help with global challenges?
Yes, Radhakrishnan's philosophy is focused on toleration and we can say toleration and ethical thinking. So we can if we take a help of philosophy of Radhakrishnan, so we can reduce the Indian intolerance and take a guidance for a good decision about technology and society, and it's also a help to solve the social and cultural complexity. Next.
My question, can Radhakrishna's idealism improve a modern education?
Yes, Radhakrishnan's we can say idealism improve in education because his idea focus on character developing and then ethical thinking and we can say social awareness. So it's helping to student to realize and aware about own responsibility, self-awareness, and help to we can say social consciousness also. So thank you everyone. This is from my side.
Hello everyone, I am Tanvi Mehra. Today's my presentation topic is Communalism, Memory and Trauma in Mahesh Dattani's Final Solution, Indian English Drama as Political Discourse. These are my academic information, table of content and a research question. How does Mahesh Dattani's Final Solution use memory and trauma as the dramatic strategies to critique communalism and expose Indian English drama as a site of political discourse? And hypothesis, Mahesh Dattani's Final Solution reveals that communal violence in India is not only a political crisis but also a lived trauma sustained through memory by weaving personal and collective histories. Hardika's diary, the mob chorus, and intergenerational conflicts, the play transforms Indian English drama into a powerful political discourse that interrogates prejudice and opens up a space for reconciliation. Introduction of writer. As Rustam Bharucha says, his theater creates a kind of moral space of negotiation because it explores conflicts in modern Indian society. Then historical and political context. The play is set after the Babri Masjid demolition and the riots of 1992. Hardika's diary connects memories from partition with what's happening now. It really makes us feel how the past violence still affect people today. Dattani shows that communal conflict isn't just a history, it's ongoing and shapes our lives. Then plot in a brief, as we all knows about the plot of Final Solution, so we skip it. And communalism as the central theme. Basically, Final Solution is about communalism. The tension between Hindus and Muslims drives the whole story. Even the mob outside mirrors divisions inside the family. Scholars says Dattani makes the home a miniature of the divided nation. Hardika says, yes, things have not changed that much. But showing that hatred repeats across generations. Some critics says the focus on a repetition can feel a bit fatalistic, but it makes us really think about how this issue persists. Then theoretical framework of trauma and memory. Hardika's memories are broken and fragmented. You can see how trauma affect her life. She says, all my dreams have been shattered. I can never be a singer. Her diary shows how personal trauma intersects with public history. Scholars explain that trauma written in pieces, not as a complete story, but some critics warn that focusing too much on memory might hide the need for social or political change. Dattani uses it to make us feel the past and think about its ongoing impact. Then dramatic structure and chorus. The chorus in the play is interesting. Sometimes they are Hindu, sometimes they are Muslim. This shows that communal identity is socially constructed and not fixed. The chorus turns private conflict into something public, so we see the bigger tensions. For example, Ramanik says, nobody is asking you to pray all day, and Aruna replies, who do you think is creating all this trouble? Scholar says that chorus is powerful, but it can overshadow the main character sometimes. Overall, it cleverly shows both personal and societal conflict. Then family, memory, and intergenerational trauma. Hardika survived partition, but her trauma doesn't stop with her. It passes to Smita and Ramanik. The family becomes a small version of a nation. Hardika says, they loot our house, they were our friends once, and some scholars call this communicative memory. Trauma pass from elders to younger people. Critics also note that too much repetition can slow down the story, but it shows how personal and national histories mirror each other. Then violence and communal identity. Bobby and Javed, Muslim characters, come to Ramanik's home for shelter. Their presence shows prejudice and fear in private life, not just in mobs. Bobby says, you cannot remove my smell because it belongs to a human beings, reminding us that humanity is bigger than religion. Scholars say identity crisis and communal hatred are key issue. Some crises warn that portraying Muslims as too sympathetic might simplify community dynamics. Dattani shows that communal violence affects everyday life too. Gender and silence. Gender is important in how trauma and memory are experienced. Aruna follows tradition while Smita question communal base. Smita says, maybe I am embarrassed. Mummy, so what do you want to do? Showing a subtle resistance. Scholars say women carry the burden of tradition but can also resist crisis. Point out that patriarchy and communal pressures. And Dattani uses women to slow how memory, trauma, and resistance intersect with gender. Then language and audience. Dattani wrote the play in English. It helps each reach global and Indian audiences. But he also uses Indian expressions to stay root locally. Some scholars note English makes it easier for urban, educated audiences to discuss ethics and communalism. Some critics also warn it might be harder for rural audience to connect. So English helps visibility but also shapes who engages fully. Then theater as ethical intervention. Dattani treats theater as a place for healing and reflection. Bobby's line, you cannot remove my smell with sandal paste. It belongs to a human being who believes and tolerates, shows empathy beyond communal divisions. The play stages confession, silence, and confrontation to make us think. Some scholars say reconciliation is the complex, solution are never final. And some critics also say focusing on ethics can reduce tension, but the moral message is central. Then critical reception and debates. Final solution is studied through postcolonial trauma and performance theory. Scholars praise the chorus, but some say it oversimplifies identity. The play is seen as bold or engaging Hindu-Muslim tensions and rising awareness of intergenerational trauma. Critic debates stages trauma risk, aestheticizing violence or simplifying identities. Overall, it sparked discussion on ethics, memory, and communal reconciliation. Conclusion. In conclusion, Final Solution stands as the theater of protest. It dramatizes communalism as the live reality, links it with historical memory, and exposes the unresolved trauma of partition by refusing to provide neat answers. Dattani opens a dialogue about reconciliation. His theater thus emerged as a political discourse, challenging silence and questioning prejudice. These are my references. If you have any questions.
Tanvi, my question is, how can studying final solutions help us in real life?
Yes, the final solution teaches us to show unfairness and understand the pain from past and uh, 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 to be kind so we don't repeat mistakes.
So, Tanvi, my question is, what does the chorus in the play represent, and how does it relate to a society?
In the play, chorus represent the mob. It shows how society spreads and switches communal hatred. So this is from my side. Thank you so much.
So, hello everyone, myself Rosmin. Today, my presentation topic about the paradigm shift in the reading of Kamla Das poetry. We know that the Kamla Das was a very famous poet. They also known as a voice of the Indian English poets in our Indias, and I will focus on Bijay Kumar's Das and other critic studies in my presentation. So that is my personal information, table of content, research question, that how has the critical receptions of the Kamla Das poetry shifted from a beginning interpreted as a purely conventional and autobiographic to a being understood as a feminist, political and a cultural resist. Hypothesis: the paradigm shift in the reading of Kamla Das poetry demonstrates that her work translates personal confessions and the instant serve as the act of the feminist resistance, provide the her voice represent not just an individual experience but the collective struggle for the female identity and the autonomy in the Indian English literature. First, we start with introduction of the Kamla Das. We know that the Kamla Das, known as the pioneer of the confessional poetry in India, writing in English and Malayalam. So, in her earlier reading, critics show that her poetry is criticized as autobiographical and personal romantics. Earlier critics read her poetries as use the theme like autobiographicals and personal romantics. But on a later reading, as a letter readers like today's time, critics focus on her poetries like a feminist and a social political is representing women's resistance and a collective identity. She used the themes like a love, sexuality, identity, and a patriarch social norms. I will read articles of the Vijay Kumar's in his works. He was right that Kamla Das was once designated as a confessional poet, but a new readings place her among the pioneer of the feminist writing in Indian English poetry. What is the paradigm shift? Paradigm shift is a significant change in a framework or approach the used to study a subject in a literary studies. In allowing moving from individual centers reading to a contextual feminist and cultural interpretation. In Kamla Das' work, earlier readers focus on personal, confessionals, and autobiography, but in today's critics focus her poems in feminism, social, political, portraying her as a cultural voice of women's resistance. And demonstrates how literary criticism evolved over time, resistance petitions, and takes in a modern social and cultural context. This has been a paradigm shift in the critical reading of her poetry from autobiographical interpretations to a feminist and cultural analysis. In this quote, I will bring in a Bijay Kumar's articles. All reading of Kamla Das. So I will also mention that all readings means early critics emphasize the Kamla Das poetry as a personal confession, interpret her verse ledgery throughout the lens of her own life experience, particularly love, marriage, and a familial relationship. But here Here work was, but here a confessionless. Her work was often reduced the diary like a revelations, which a critics labeling her as a poet of a personal individualized rather than a literary merit. Criticism of the boldness, themes of the female sexuality, desire, and emotional honesty were sometimes used as schedules or a morally provocative overshadowing her political cosmetic. So in that part, early critics focus on the autobiographical and the confessionals. They thought her poems were only about her marriage, sexuality, and personal experience. In other words, she was a reduced the personal poet, not see as a social critics. This quote I will bring in Kamala Das and her poetries. Early criticism emphasized her personal experience, reduced her work to romantic autobiography. Her bold explorations of sexuality was often criticized as a secondary rather than a literary. New readings as a feminist turn. So later feminist critics argue that her poems were not just personal but actually political statement against the parties. Her voice represent the struggles of women in our Indias, and so instead of being seen as a lonely voice for women, she came to represent a collective female identity. I will give some of the point as new readings like emergency of feminist criticism, resistance against the patriarchy, collective female voice, cultural significations, and the impact of literary reading. Kamala Das' work positions her as a proto-feminist icon, transforming a private confessions into a public culture statement. So I will bring one example of the Kamala Das poem, Introductions. In this poem, early readers focus on the personal love poems. Focus and read that introduction as a personal love poem, but in today's time, a reader criticize these poems and read as a political and a feminist manifest addressing a broader issues of gender autonomy and social expectations. So in this poems, one line, I am a shine, and I am a shade. He explained both things. As a love poems also show as a political line. Introductions, the poet asserts her identity in a multiple rules, signer and a saint beloved and a betrayed those giving a voice to all women. This quote I will bring Vijaya's article. Beyond conventions, though, so Kamala Das' convention style is not a merely personal, relevant in functions as a deliberated critics of social norms. I will read that time. I will feel that he challenging in her poetry so much like a norm of the marriage, language of sexuality, and silence improve on woman. As a personal and a political, Kamala Das transform a personal experience into the wild community commentaries on gender, autonomy, and social constructions, showing how an individual narrative reflect a collective struggle, signifying like this perspective repositions her work from a conventional poetry to a platform for a feminist resistance. Conventional style in Kamala Das poetry functions as a political act challenging a norm of a marriage and a imposed silence. I will bring in the pragmatic analysis. Applications of the shift. In this in this term in this part, I will give some of the point like feminist and cultural interpretations that Kamala Das poetry to be read beyond the personal confessions emphasize the gender identity and social critics. They show as a proto-feminist icon. In her work are now recognized as the early experience of a feminist consciousness in Indian English literature, from a private to public voice that she transfers her voice into a publicly. Kamala Das' work positions her as a proto-feminist icon, transforming a private confessions into a public cultural statement. Critical receptions. So early critics focus on Kamala Das' poetry was intentionally contempt for obsessed and the sexist expectations, conferring a critical focus on her personal and sexual relevances. Paradigm shift, the evolution in transpiration signifies a major recognized of the Kamala Das as a significant literary voice, moving beyond a personal scandals to acknowledge her contemporary to Indian English poetry and a feminist discourse. The personal in her work become a political statement challenging social norms. As a conclusion, the study of Kamala Das poetry demonstrates a significant paradigm shift in the literary interpretations. Uh, Her work is not recognized as a voice of identity, autonomy, and cultural rebelling, represent the struggle and the resistance of the woman collectivity. This shift positions her as a proto-feminist icon in Indian English literature, whose poem challenge a patriarchal norms, explore a gender experience, and the assist multiple female identity. Kamala Das legacies continues to inspire a feminist and a cultural reading across the global. That is my reference. Thank you. Anyone have questions?
Rosmin, my question is, why is Kamala Das considered as a significant figure for feminist and cultural readings in Indian English literature today?
Because Kamala Das bright her works for a female figure and question females and a question to the main controls in and also they convert her style into a voice of the females in today's.
So my question is, how did early readings of Kamala Das poetry differ from contemporary feminist interpretations?
Because of some of the Kamala Das poem represent the politicals and voice of the feminist interpretations in our society, and they gave a voice of the voice of the some of the females, some of the females that not to tell society in her problems. So that is my thank you.
So, hello everyone. Today I'm going to present Exile and Identity in Rachna Joshi's Living India. Academic information, table of contents. So my research question is, how does exile in Living India reshape the speaker's sense of identity through memory, culture, negotiation and resistance to assimilation? And my hypothesis is exile in Living India transforms identity from a sense of fixed belonging into a fluid, negotiated space where loss, memory, and adaptations coexist. The poem shows that displacement creates a not erasure but hybrid consciousness, one that resists assimilation while continually reshaping the self between cultures. So, introduction, background of the poem. So, Rachna Joshi has described her first-hand experience of living in North America and its artificiality. So, in this poem, we also find that American dream is broken. This poem breaks the impression of our American dream and lays emphasis upon racism and nationalism. A poem about living India by Rachna Joshi would likely be an autobiographical. So we find an autobiographical touch in her poem, reflection on her personal journey of migration between India and North America. The poem would likely explore themes of displacement, bicultural identity, memory, and the complex emotions associated with living one's homeland, echoing similar themes in her other published works. What is exile? So, physically act of leaving one's homeland, it is a complex and ongoing process that unsettles the individual's relationship with home. It is defined not only by the geographical displacement, but also by the emotional and psychological rupture. It creates producing feelings of loss, longing, and alienation. So, in her poem, Living India, we find that she feels alienation, longing, a feeling of loss. She recalling her memory about India, her spices, and her family members. So we find that she feels alienation. Exile depends on the memory of what has been left behind. So making identity and belonging constantly negotiated in the host land. As Edward said, observe exile is the unhealable rift forced between a human being and a native place, whose sadness can never be fully overcome. Identity as a key concept in her poem. So, in Living India, identity is shown as a cultural, linguistic, emotional, and a national. All data-based by migration, the speaker questions her decision to live. So, in her poem, we find that she questions herself why she leave India, which signals the fracture between homeland and hostland. So she feels uprooted in North America, and she also also memorized her memories of Indian culture, family, and all these things. Cultural identity is tied to Indian tradition, food, and family memories. So, linguistic and emotional identity belongs to the rhythms and intimacies of Indian life. A national identity becomes a conflicted as she legally belongs to a North America, but emotionally to India, which she describes with both admiration and criticism. So she says ancient, ugly, magnificent, uplifting, degrading. The poem contrasts home with the foreignness. So this creates an internal conflict. So she feels torn between her real roots or when she live in North America. While her present reality forces her to negotiate a hybrid existence, scholars like Christina Georgina Voigt argue that diaspora identity is emotionally bound to the homeland but reshaped in exile, while Nagendra B. Bhandari emphasized that immigrants balance preserving roots with adapting to the host society. So Rachna Joshi's poem embodies these theories, showing identity is fragmented, nostalgic, and hybrid. So caught between what was left behind and what is being lived in a new land. Structure, tone, voice in the poem. So in Living India, the speaker navigates her inner questions, doubts, and regrets, reflecting on the complex emotion tied to migration. The tone of the poem shifts dynamically from initially hopefulness about opportunities in North America to disillusionment with cultural and social challenges, and finally to nostalgia for her homeland. So, Rachana Joshi skillfully uses the contrast to highlight the tension between the familiar and unfamiliar, India versus North America, past versus present, and home versus the foreign environment. The poem is rich in imagery and sensory details. Indian culture markers such as spices, family rituals, as I'm earlier mentioned, everyday life evoke a vivid sense of the homeland, while the new environment is portrayed as artificial. So she feels artificiality in North America. Alien and emotionally distant. This juxtaposition not only emphasizes the speaker's longing, but also reinforces the fragmented hybrid nature of identity in exile. Effect of exile on identity in poem. So alienation and loneliness. So she feels separated from where she lives, North America. Uprooted she feels, and she also feels separated from India because she already living India. Cultural loss. So see missing Indian culture, food, family, values, rituals, identity crisis, and hybridity. So see trying to adapt to American norms, but feeling uprooted, a hybrid identity emerges. Disillusionment. So dream versus reality. The idea of American dream versus the reality of prejudice, distance from a cultural roots. Preservation of identity in Rachna Joshi's Living India. So the poem shows that exile does not erase identity, rather it transforms it. The speaker negotiates the hybrid identity, balancing adaptation to the host country with the preservation of cultural and emotional heritage. So see, remember her roots, Indian culture and values. This preservation of identity emphasizes the importance of memory, cultural continuity, and self-recognition, illustrating how diasporic individuals creatively sustain their cultural identity in new environments. In a broader context, a poet portrays the emotional and cultural challenges of living away from India, including nostalgia, cultural displacement, and the negotiation of self in a foreign land. From a post-colonial perspective, Rachana Joshi's poem we resonates with Homi Bhabha's concept of hybridity and the third space. Identity in exile is not fixed. It is continuously negotiated between the memories of the homeland and the demands of the host society. The poem exemplifies this negotiation, showing how the speaker adapts the new realities while maintaining ties to her cultural roots. So, Living India contributes the diaspora literature by offering a personal, confessional, situational perspective, addressing not only the emotional impact of migration but also practical realities such as race, visa challenges, and cultural classes. In nowadays, we also find all these problems through this lens. Joshi adds depth to the conversation about identity formation, cultural preservation, and hybridity in the Indian diaspora. In conclusion, the Rachna Joshi's Living India exile disrupts the speaker's sense of identity, creating feelings of alienation, nostalgia, and internal conflicts. However, this displacement also fosters a deeper awareness of personal and cultural values. highlighting what the speaker truly cherishes. The poem demonstrates that identity is layered and dynamic, encompassing nostalgia for the homeland, regret over living, resistance to a complete assimilation, and adaptation to a new realities. Exile may physically remove an individual from their country, but identity shaped by memory, culture, and lived experiences is carried along, transformed yet enduring. We also connect Living India or her Rachna Josep's poem to Sujata Bhatt and Kamala Das's poem. They also explore identity, exile, and they also explore this identity, exile in their poem. Here is my references. And thank you. Now you are free to ask questions.
Devangini, my question is, what does the poem tell us about identity in exile?
So, poem tells about identity in exile is not fixed. Its challenges and also adapt over time. Even when someone leaving their country, but they also feel their roots in their memories and in their values. So it helping them to made a hybrid new kind of identity.
So Devangini, my question that why does the speakers feel nostalgia in a living India?
So yes, speaker feel nostalgic in living India because she memorized her Indian culture, families, spices, her roots. So she feels nostalgic about this. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. Today is my presentation on Neeraj Chaudhary's eliteness, outsider or honest cultural critic. So first is my personal information, table of contents. This is a research question and a hypothesis. First, we see about introduction of Neeraj Chaudhary. He is a prolific Indian writer, cultural historian, and intellectual. His work present an insightful critique of Indian society and a deep engagement with Western cultural frameworks. So, core question is his controversial critique or rigorous call for self-reflections or a manifestation of intellectual alienations and Anglophilia. So these are works of Chaudhary's, the autobiography of an unknown Indian. So it's explore colonial impact and social change. Second one is the continent of cultural and historical study of India, examine myths, traditions, and the evolution of Indian society. Thai hand, Great Anarch, focuses on historical and political analysis, explore the complicities of Indian and European interactions and the forces shaping the society. So, first argument here we see the honest cultural critic. So here first we see when some writers in his or her country, so on they never write about negative thought for his or her country. But here is Chaudhari's honest critic. So first thing is state purpose is a historical and objective. So Chaudhary defined his main intention, the autobiography of an unknown Indian, as a historical, telling the story of the struggle of civilizations with hostile environment. He explicitly wrote the account with utmost honesty and accuracy. Second is advocating for a self-critic. His critique is rooted in the necessity of intellectual openness and self-critique within a cultures. His analysis is not simply anti-Indian, but part of a process. So his point of view is not purely anti-Indian, but his idea for progress. So urging a reassessment of identity and progress in the context of post-colonialism. Third one is the dual critic. He also openly critiqued the British for their colonial policies, specifically citing their bureaucratic differences and inability to grasp Indian culture. Another argument is the elitist outsider. So first we see the perception of Anglophilia. So first we know about the Anglophilia. So it means who admires other countries like Britain and other. He admire his its traditions and all of things. So here the dedication of the autobiography of an unknown Indian to the British Empire contributed to his image as an Anglophile and led to accusations of cultural treachery. He is a citizen for looking at Indian with jaundiced eyes, highlighting the dark side of it. Second thing is a focus on the contradictions and decays. His analysis often focuses on the contradictions, illogicalities, and irrationalities of Hindu practices rather than a philosophy itself. His writings explore his intellectual instignement and an embedding sense of dislocations, which critics argue distance him from the reality of his own country. Third one is insider status. So here is a characterized by M.K. Naik as an outsider inside. So suggesting he occupied a critical, detached vantage point, unable to fully belong to either the East or the West. So synthesis the post-colonial hybrid. Define simple binaries. Chaudhary's writing challenging the simplistic dichotomies of colonizer and colonized. His work is better understood through post-colonial lenses like ambivalence, hybridity, and mimicry. Bridge builder role. So he acts as a thoughtful bridge builder, advocating for the fusion of Eastern heritage and Western contemporary ideas. His critic, through harsh, positions him uniquely in literary studies as a provocateur and critic. So, all our final thought, the debate over the whether Chaudhary is an elitist outsider or an honest cultural critic reflects the fundamental tension in post-colonial identity and intellectual freedom. His strength lies in forcing self-critique that many contemporaries were unwilling to face. So, in conclusion, regardless of the interpretation, Chaudhari's legacy lies in his ability to challenge readers to critically examine societal norms, historical process, and cultural evolutions, making his contributions inevitable to both Indian and global intellectual thought. So here is a learning outcome. I learned a complexity of the cultural engagement and intellectual honesty in literature. So these are my references, and thank you. If anyone have question, please.
So Nikita, my question is, why did Chaudhari's Western influenced worldview make him both a visionary, critic, and a cultural outcast in a post-colonial India?
Because his Western ideals questioned Indians' post-colonial pride and making him to reform to some and traitor to other.
Nikita, my question is, why did Chaudhari's engagement with Western culture make his criticism of India more controversial that insightful to many readers?
Because his praise Western of Western values seems to glorify Indian glorify colonialism, and many mistake he's called for reform as a cultural betrayal rather than honest critique. So thank you. This is from my side.
Audible? On the live also? Can anybody check? Because this morning it wasn't working, so. Hello? Okay. So then, as I mentioned this morning also, this time we have witnessed that there is good improvement in your presentations, whether it is the content or even citations or all those things, right? Even in your exploration of the text themselves, we see that you have explored a bit deeper into the text. So that is a good thing. However, there are some concerns still remaining. So we had almost 5 people within whose presentations we didn't have the main text citation. And these people include Nikita, Devangini, Sagar, Nirali, and MITA. These 5 people, presentation main text was missing. Then no MLA citation. We had 3 people in this particular session wherein we didn't find any MLA citation or even alphabetical order for that case. And those people were Rosemin, Krishna, and Satakshi, right? So yeah, so you guys need to work in that direction first, right? Make sure that you do MLA citation properly and arrange those citations in alphabetical order also. Now, moving on to some of the suggestions from my side, and since most of you are dealing with considerations regarding identity, language, memory, and all these things, so I think you should note down some of the fields which are now dedicated to these explorations. Right, so first is identity studies, right? That is an interdisciplinary field which deals with this concept of identity and the factors which affect identity, right, from all lenses: cultural, political, social, so on and so forth. So identity studies is one, and there is actually a Routledge handbook of identity studies. So if you ever want to explore the kind of work that is being done in this field, you can read the articles there. Then there is something called migration studies also, along with diaspora studies. I think you already know, but along with that you also have migration studies, and there are n number of journals and books available in that field also. So if you are interested in diaspora, in migration, exile kind of a concept, then you should look up and explore that field. Another is when it comes to language and identity, or language and translation and those concepts, then there is something called intelligibility studies also. Intelligibility, that concept is associated with the idea that language now has to focus more on meaning making rather than whether it can be translated to other languages or not, right? Is it if it is, let's say, able to convey the objective of the speaker, and it is intelligible, that is, it is able to make meaning, it is able to be understandable to the listener, then it is good enough, right? So that kind of an idea, that intelligibility studies is there, so that you can do. Another is food studies. So Smruti dealt with the idea of how the pickle functions as a metaphor for hybridity and memory preservation and all those things. So then you can look up this concept of food studies and how food functions as representative of a culture, society, and the larger questions of mimicry and all those things can also be explored. And finally, memory studies, since that is something which you can explore again, right? Because whether it was Rajdeep or even Shruti or Smruti, in various cases, in many presentations, we saw that memory is functioning as an important aspect of reading these texts, whether it is Rushdie's text or Rachna Joshi's poem, or even Kamla Das, or for that matter, right? So those are some of the fields which you can now explore for further studies. Then some suggestion or some pointers to consider for Shruti. You mentioned Bakhtin's heteroglossia and carnivalesque, but didn't cite Bakhtin, right? So then add those that citation there in your presentation. Another important thing is when you mention events like the fatwa, for example, which was declared against Rushdie for that matter. So that also you can cite, because that became a part of media, and many newspaper articles and many news channels aired when this kind of a news came out. So then those articles you can pick up and then cite, because you did mention fatwa as part of your slides. Then it would be better if you could cite those newspaper articles also. Satanic verses you mentioned as a text, right? You actually did a comparison also between Satanic verses and Midnight's Children, but then again, Satanic verses was missing from the citations. So then I hope that you do. Rajdeep, you dealt with hybridity and masks and memory and mimicry and those concepts, but Baba's citation was missing, right? So if you mention, and this is again a general pointer for all of you, that if you, no matter which theoretical framework you employ, it should be reflected in the citations that you do. So if you mention memory, I'm sorry, if you mention mimicry, if you mention hybridity, if you mention the idea of mirroring or following someone, then those concepts do have some sort of theoretical framework, and you should mention those frameworks in your citations also. So then that Bhumi Baba's citation you can do. Otherwise, the presentation was very good, and good presentation of arguments also, along with learning outcomes and everything. So good work there. MITA, not just the main text citation, I already mentioned before, but there was a mistake in the alphabetical order also. So correct that citation mistake, and that's it. Nirali presentation was good, but when you have texts, novels or any other poetry text which you are citing as an example of your argument, let's say if I am making an argument about Kamla Das's confessional poetry and I'm citing not just an introduction but other poems by Kamla Das also, so those also should be part of citation, right? If you mention any other author and their work, they should also be there. Why? Because you have utilized them to justify your arguments in one way or the other, right? So then that you need to do. And I wanted to suggest her to read Nation as Narration by Homi Bhabha, so that she can do, since her idea was about narrating Nation in that case. Srushti's presentation was good, and again, if you refer to hybridity in your presentation, then do cite Bhabha as the theorist there. Then Sagar, I've already said, main text citation is missing, and theoretical frameworks which you are using, you should cite, right? Mansi, when it comes to preparing the presentation, right, the font color of the slide also is a important aspect, right? So work on it, right? Change the, before you upload your presentation, make sure that you change the font color so that it is legible for the readers to read. Again, the main text citation was missing from your presentation, so do that. And one more suggestion is avoid articles which don't have proper names. So one of the articles one of the articles which you cited, right, it was something like lecturer, experimental lecturer or something like that was the name, right? So avoid those articles, right? Only use articles where you have proper names of the authors given, proper date is given, and that particular person, whoever they are also credible enough to be cited in your presentation. So try to do that. Otherwise the presentation was okay. Shruti, the presentation was good, and as I suggested, refer to memory studies and food studies. I think they will add to your exploration of the pickling kind of an idea. NISHTHA, presentation was good, but one consideration for you, that if you are citing newspaper articles about events, right, then cite articles from when that particular event happened, right? So there is one particular newspaper article which you have cited, which is from 2025, but the event that happened was in 2019, right? So when you have to choose citation of newspaper articles, you have to see this, right, that if you cite actual real events which happened in society or culture, and you are talking about it, then choose the year in which those events actually happened, not the articles which talk about those events on a later date, right? So I may have witnessed, let's say, a particular article which talks about an event which happened in 2020, for example. So then I have to cite the 2020 article, not the article which I read today, right? So newspaper articles have to be cited in that way. So you have to refer to the original publication year in that case. Satakshi's presentation, again, no MLA citation, main text citation was also missing. And the entire point of the presentation, I couldn't really grasp. So exactly what was she trying to defend or trying to convey in the presentation, that was an issue. Same issue with Krishna Baraya also. So I think they need to work in that direction. Tanvi, things are good, but there was a mistake in the alphabetical order, right? So correct it. Citations were okay, but alphabetical order was not proper for one citation. Since you are talking about memory and trauma, refer to trauma studies also, right? That is also an interdisciplinary field, and that can help you explore things further. The first citation which you have mentioned in your references, the link isn't working. So before you upload, correct it, right? And again, the entire objective, when you are this is something which you can gain from Rajdeep or even Nishtha or Devangini for that matter, that so what, right? What is your outcome? You applied a particular theory on a text, right? Now what are your views? Are you agreeing with the particular critic or scholar whom you have cited, or you disagree, or you sort of try to build a in between space among all these scholars? That is where now you need to look. So that is missing from your presentation, so I hope you work there. Roseman, as I've already mentioned, two issues: MLA citation and alphabetical order are not there. And yes, a general suggestion which you can also apply is that whenever we have a poetry, let's say Kamala Das's An Introduction, now when you have to cite poetry, refer to the poetry collection in which it appeared. So An Introduction appeared in Summer in Calcutta 1965 collection, so you have to cite that collection, right? And that is how as a book chapter it would be. Why? Because poetry collection is a book, normally printed book, and within that collection you have this particular poem. So book chapter, from that book which chapter this particular poem appears, right? If, let's say, because there are some texts of Indian English literature which you are not able to access, right? There are some for example, Rachna Joshi's poem itself, right? You don't find the original collection in which it appeared anywhere on the web, right? And even accessing the collection in printed form is a bit difficult to access, right? So in that case you can cite whichever blog on which you encountered that particular poem, or any website where you find the poem, you can cite as a web page, you can cite that poetry, right? But if since Kamala Das ke sath aisa case nahi hai, Kamala Das's work is there, Nissim Ezekiel's collections are also available for citation, right? So the Patriot, for example, which you have in your syllabus, it appeared in Hymns in Darkness. Now Hymns in Darkness, the collection is available for citation on the web, so you can pick up that citation and cite, right? So that is there. With Rachna Joshi we can understand that why that is not accessible at present, right? So that is understandable. Then yeah, so that's it. Devangini and Nikita presentations were good, but I've already mentioned the issue of citation. Otherwise, overall, good presentations and good observations from your side. When you have people like Chaudhary, Nirasi Chaudhary, or even Radhakrishnan for that matter, sometimes it becomes a bit difficult to defend them, right? And sometimes it becomes very difficult to even explain their views, right? And we have discussed this during our lectures also, right? That some of the views you can agree, some of the views you disagree. So defending them, or even doing critical analysis of their work, or agreeing, disagreeing with their views, becomes a bit difficult to justify. So I do appreciate the very fact that you chose to work on Chaudhary or even Radhakrishnan for that matter. Why? Because both these works are non-fiction works, and they are arguing in that matter. And the very idea that you study the paradigmatic shift from Chaudhary, in Chaudhary and even in Radhakrishnan, it is a good impressive work to do. So good in that case. Now I hand over the mic to Megha ma'am. She has a few thoughts to share with you.
We'll take only 2 minutes. Okay. Most of the things ma'am covered very well. Okay. She suggested that needs to improve some citation. Okay. So one suggestion that ma'am also we can say suggest some of the good things from some presentations. For example, Rajdeep, Devangini, SHRUTI, then SMRUTI. Okay. So you learn something from them and just try to, we can say, apply some of the good things, like how to put arguments, we can say how to add your learning outcomes in your presentation. So in the next presentation you can do, so you can also get a good score, and also you can improve yourself. And you have also done some of the mistakes. Okay, some of the students have done some mistakes in citation. So let's try to, we can say, edit your presentation first, and then you have to upload. Okay, so that things you can do. I have not attended all the presentations because of some work, Okay, but I have attended 7 presentations. So from that I want to say something that Smruti, your presentation was excellent, but just try to, we can say, you have to manage time. Okay, otherwise overall it was good. Also you have added arguments as well as your learning outcomes, as ma'am mentioned. Then NISHTHA, again I like your topic, that how you just try to, we can say, relate the things with the contemporary time. Okay, so good attempt that you did, but just try to, we can say, add citation as ma'am mentioned. SHATAKSHI, again the same thing, we can find it out, only reading and lots of mistakes in the, we can say, citation and all these things, so needs improvement. Tanvi, your presentation was good, but it is my personal observation that your slides, we can say, not appropriate. Okay, means content is good, but the way you used, it is like you have prepared something on drama. Okay, so the design was not good. So layout you have to, we can say, select properly, which is connect with your, we can say, the topic or the area. Okay, so that thing you should remember. Then Rosmin again needs improvement. Good attempt, but just try to, we can say, be confident more. Okay, and we can say explain something. Okay, what you understand based on that idea. Devangini, again a good explanation, well prepared presentation and explain as well. Nikita, okay, again a good presentation, but again just try to, we can say, work on the explanation. Okay, otherwise good, we can find it out, good improvements in all of you. Okay, thank you all of you, and all the best for your upcoming presentation. Thank you. Yeah, here we are ending. Okay.